Hello there, ladies and gentlemen of YouTube. It is I, the best podcaster, greatest person, maybe on YouTube. I don't know. But we'll see who comes in tonight. My co-host will be here shortly. He's got to take care of something. So we'll have at least him in here. So I won't be talking to myself. So there's that. So I will be eating my food because I'm hungry and I don't care. But we might have some people, special guests in here tonight. Cross our fingers, we might get a special really guest. I don't want to say anything about it, but we'll just say the banner says it all. So there we go. Oh yeah, and as always, go Saints, who dat, go LSU, and Lions getting their ass kicked on whatever day we play them. Gotta say that. Gotta say it. Got no hate for them. Got no hate for the Lions. Just hey, until week 1, we gotta say that. It's just a friendly rivalry between me and Xanron. So if he ever hears it, which he will, hey, So there you go. So we'll wait and see who's on. But I'm eating my food, so well, right. All right. And also, we got this going on a Twitch first. So maybe we get some Twitch people in here. We'll see who pops in. But we need all the Who Dat Nation in here. There's about, 50 or 60 million Who Dat Nation people out there. Probably more. Because, everybody loves the Saints who's a Saints fan. If you live in New Orleans or been in New Orleans or live in Louisiana, you definitely, except for the ones up there in Shreveport, they're more closer to Dallas. We have to excuse them. Their market is closer to Dallas, so unfortunately, they're Colorado fans. I'm sorry. I know a few people that pop in are Cowboys fans. I do apologize, but we do play the Cowboys in preseason, so that don't even matter. I think the last game was against Dallas. I think we played Jacksonville. Somebody else. We don't play those 3 teams in the regular season, so I think we might play the Chiefs in the preseason. But it is what it is until it isn't no more. As I like to say. So maybe YouTube will recommend this to somebody. I doubt it because I don't know. YouTube's not in the class of making money anymore, apparently. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they are. Maybe their AI is broken. I don't know. So let's see. All right. Has noted, only because I think I noted it, that but I seen something real interesting today. I could have filmed it, honestly, but what's the point? So, but it was interesting enough. It was interesting to me. So, but I got an idea to go to Walmart and sit there and ask the people why they're looking at my receipt. Can I see your receipt? No, you cannot. You don't need to realize I just bought this shit. Look at the camera. I'm going to purposely stand and say, hey, look at my receipt, please. No, you cannot look at it. That'll be interesting. I'm going to start eating a bunch of Big Macs a day. Maybe I'll get a stroke. Might do a song like Tom Green. I don't know if most of you know who Tom Green is or was. He's still around. Pickle tried to kill me. Pickle tried to kill me. My fault for putting an extra pickle on that Big Mac. It didn't go down the right way. I didn't cough it up. I just pulled that sucker out the throat. That wouldn't have been a first on YouTube. I'm pretty sure someone choked to death on YouTube before. And then probably got banned for it. Double whammy. All right. Rule number 1. Chew pickle. There's one more pickle on there, but well, it's nice to know that people are on the channel. And another pickle. These pickles are going to kill me eventually. That's okay. Anything that's soaked in embalming fluid that's not a corpse is ready to go to eat. How much preservative they put there. Anyway, if you want to defeat the evil system, just watch all my stuff. Make them pay me a couple of pennies. You know? Stop watching all these entertaining YouTube channels that have hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people in it. Because they don't need you watching. The small people like we do. You know? Let's see, yeah. Should have got me some fries. Yeah. It is what it is, right? You only live once, hell. Anything you eat or drink is probably going to kill you. All right. And of course, we'll see We might have a couple of special guests popping in today, maybe. So you never know. All right. I must have a few of these big YouTubers live right about now, but oh hell, boy. I'll be right back. In a minute. Well, let me take the phone with me, but this is more of a lean off the dock moment, I guess. But after I got to throw something away first, but knowing my luck and lean off the dock moment, that's when everybody jumps in chat at the same time and says, "Hi, I'm here," and I'll be like, "Yeah, I'm here too." Just holding my hand, doing my thing, as usual. You know, everybody knows you do your team. So I'll be back in about, I don't know, a couple of minutes, 2, 3 minutes. Just sit there and entertain yourselves. Okay, I'm back. Oh, no one's here. Well, nobody missed me. That's good. All right. I'm going to take a nap. Might let this run and take a nap. Hey, more. Tell more people I fall asleep. I'll have like 20 people in here. Well, maybe not. Okay. YouTube's funny. They're funny in a way. All right, let's see. Drink, check. Just sitting here talking to myself in a funny looking room. That's about it. Go Saints. Excuse me. Up the Lions. So, getting closer and closer to football season. Oh, I can't wait till September. We're in July. I have to wait another 2+ months, 2.5 months, give or take. Less than that, actually. Probably, I think the first football game is September. I got to look up the date. But can't wait. Game number 1. Yep. That's going to be the ass whooping of a lifetime. The only teams we're going to put a bigger hurt on is the ones in the division. But, you know, I don't even care if we win that game 3-0, 2-0. So, boy. Commander Root, can you take care of that crap for me? Oh, good Lord. Good freaking Lord. Where? Anyways. Let's see. What else we got on tap? I don't know. Yeah. All right, let's see. All right. There we go. I don't need to do that. I said that Dave messed up on that one. All right. I was playing Madden early. Of course, the Madden 02. Of course, it's messed up so freaking much that after about an hour doing the it just messes up, and I don't know. Can't do anything else after that. I don't know if you're listening, Cajun, or not, but when you pop in, you might have to comment in the chat that you hear because I probably won't see you at first. Because they like to do that stuff. Let's see. I don't know. Yeah, I got to get another Madden 02 thing. The GameCube games, they put this, not polyester. I don't know, they put this crap on the games because they knew back then it was going to mess up. They figured, we'll sell it, make a lot of money. These games, Madden 2002, it's made in 2003. It's 24 years old, starting to crack. It's got all these warps. It's basically these CDs are decaying. Of course, my CDs, I never kept them in the case too well in the little games, and a lot of them are starting to get the cracking in the case. So they'll start up, but you might get an hour or two out of it now. You don't even get a whole lot of nonsense on it. So I wish I had an active moderator on Twitch to moderate. When I get me another laptop, or if I can fix this one, I'll mod it off of there and knock these bastards out. I'll see you. Let's see. So. Never done a full 30 on this thing. I should have done one. Oh, I have to check the thing every so often now. Okay. You have to check the thing every so often to see what the hell's on the thingamajig. That's where I put that number at. Good thing I write things down because I won't remember them and I'll figure out where to do it. All right. Oh, I wonder who that was. Okay, now I know. She put all these numbers on one page. Scattered out. Yes, the Saints have went 19-0 before. In Madden 2003, I documented it. I have won 3 straight Super Bowls with the Saints, the best team in football. Yes, I have a dynasty in football with the Saints. I don't lose any games. I'm awesome, yes. Totally get that. Thank you for bringing up that point. Yes, the Saints are the best team in the NFL. Thank you so much for saying that in chat. You are appreciated. You know it. I don't have to tell you. You know it. That's right. Them Twitch bots know. Even the Twitch bots know the Saints are the greatest team in NFL history. In NFL today. They know it. I ain't got to tell them. They know. They smart. Some of them, I mean, the ones that agree are smart, obviously, but, they know. Let's see. When Cajun comes in, I hope he's got a 6-pack. Yeah. So, anywho. Okay. I'm gonna put this in the box. And I don't put this in the box. Phone will sit still. I mean, if I bring it with me, hey, if I don't bring it with me, I'll probably get 15 people in here. But I'll be back in a second. Not that it matters, but talk among yourselves. Like a minute. All right, and I'm back. That was a good time. All was had by all. There we go. That's just to see if anybody's alive. I can hold that thing down and it would go. It wouldn't stop. Oh. Oh, well, I see that's a lot of good stuff going right here. Okay. I am. Alrighty. So. Must be having a lot of interesting YouTube chats going on right about now. I tell people I go live, and they tell me, "Oh, you didn't go live." And then when I tell people I don't go live, "Oh, you didn't go live." "Oh, I can't wait to miss your next chat." And I go, "Well, that's fine. You can. I'm all good with that." Well, all right, so let's see. The weather out there is frightening, I think. I don't know. I could ask Al Sleet, you hippy dippy weather man, with all your hippy dippy weather, man. Could ask him. You know. And I'm almost out of filler here. Oops. The hell did I just hit? I have no idea what I just hit. No. Something came on the screen that said teleprompter. I typed notes to myself, and I guess I can read it to myself. I don't really know. Alrighty then. I think all my special guest hosts are going to bring the crowd in. They'll come in, probably, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. So, yeah. Sorry. When my co-host pops in here, we're just gonna have a chat, and 90 people come in. I'll just be like, "Oh, I didn't notice the crowd here. Where were we all 33 and a half minutes ago? Hmm." All right. And we're going to do the play-by-play of something. I don't know what. You know, I'll do the old play-by-play of the one of the sports games. Why not? No, what I don't understand is how can something not be racist in the 70s and then becomes racist in the 80s and it's not even a racist comment? You know? When people don't like you, they're gonna say stuff. So uh, with that particular broadcaster, they just I don't know. They just like to pin shit on them. So I don't know. Oh hell. Hey, look, the meter says 2 people. I think that's actually wrong. It says 2, but I think there's actually like 2 million. So, if the number's actually 2, add 6 or 7 zeros to that, and that's actually what your view count is. They suppress what the numbers are. Truly. I mean, truly. If you go in somebody's chat for 2 seconds, that's a view. In my opinion, it's a view. I don't know. They say otherwise. So Okie dokie. I'm just saving my voice until then. Or maybe I could talk. I don't know. I'm glad you said something in there because I think once you do it and you enter and you re-enter, I think it don't show me on the screen. But hey, you're the first comment. 52 and a half minutes in. I've had 3 Twitch bots consecutively in a row. But I'm just too boring. I don't know where the usual gang is. See, they show up in Wayne's chat every night. They're in Wayne's chat every night. So I gave Wayne like 4 people, and they don't even come on mine anymore. Well, let me rephrase that. They do, but just barely. But they'll sit in Wayne's stream for like 4 hours, even though he only does an hour stream. I think YouTube is skipping time. I'm looking at this meter and it's going 07, 09, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19. Them damn time skips. Damn. Coughing up a lung. What in the hell is going on with this thing?
Who dat? And go Tigers.
Who dat indeed? Well, I could talk to somebody now.
Oh, me. Shut that part down.
Ain't been nobody really said anything. I had 3 Twitch bots back to back to back. They make
Oh,
stupid
bots.
comments.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Nice
support
game.
you.
I'm not even playing a game.
100%. No, da 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 da. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
now the thing is, they tell you, "Oh, great show! I'm driving," or whatever. And they go, "Oh yeah, hit my Discord up." Like one of them said, "Nice game. That's an awesome game." I'm not even playing a game.
Uh, 7 out of 10, they'll get it right because most Twitchers are gamers. I mean, that's the main part of Twitch is the gamers.
Well, I play games on Twitch. I just haven't done it recently. But
I thought that's all it was for, was just games at one time.
no, you could do podcast. Right, what I'm doing right now, you could do it. You could do podcast on Twitch.
Oh yeah, I know.
They updated it to like do videos and stuff, but
I mean, years ago, Paul and Snacks had to go to Switch with the $50 roll. You know, $50 make you holler. They had to go to Twitch because something about YouTube didn't like what they were doing, or got reported for something, or whatever. I don't know. Maybe some freaking 7-year-old kid got mad at them and reported them because they didn't win.
Probably the case.
Yeah, because we were in this was at the time of Google Hangouts, you know, before StreamYard, where you can go live and have people up on panel and all that. Well, Google Hangouts or whatever, they didn't stop it. They just stopped people from, they stopped that service of putting, you know, having a panel. Because of all people were complaining about the trolls coming in the basement and all that, and then not being able to review them or screen them or whatever. I forget how it went because that's been so damn long ago. But they had Google Chat, and I was in a chat one time with I think it was Red and somebody else, maybe TNT, and and a couple of younger guys. Well, some reason for some, I don't know, I didn't get out of it or something. I can hear ding, ding. This is on my desktop. It was over there at the time. And I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, where's that noise coming from? And it ding. And I looked left and I could see a little green dot or whatever. It was a couple of kids that were in the chat, and they were talking. This is the next day, next morning. One was saying how many accounts he had, YouTube accounts, channels that he had, and that he was father whatever, a preacher. And Paul and Snacks gave him a free roll. You know, oh, you know, you're doing the word of the Lord. We're going to give you a free roll, you know. And then so these kids had like 11 channels between them. Between three of them, they had like 14 channels. And they were bragging on it, you know, like, man, I get more chances to win, you know, on $50 make it holler. Well, I let which one was the big one that would do the horn all the time? Boo, 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 and roll backwards in his chair. Snacks. Yeah, Snacks.
It's been so long, I don't remember.
He was like the one sitting when you were looking at. He was kind of like the co-host. They both was the host, but it's the one everybody liked. The bigger one. Everybody liked him, and you know, because he wasn't as serious as Paul. So I told Snacks, I sent Snacks an email and told him about it. And they come out with it. They didn't say who told them, but, you know, they protected my name. And, but they said, yeah, we're going to be watching now with Snack's computer too, because he can fish out multiple channels. Boom! As soon as they said that, man, there was a bunch of channels disappeared, didn't come back up. You know, they bluffed them. You know, that's what they did.
Oh yeah. Well, a lot of times when they give you free rolls, most of the time you don't get anything in those rolls to begin with. So they won't guarantee it.
I got one time.
Yeah, but the whole thing is, they're going to get 11 free rolls. They might not get anything in those free rolls to begin with, and then they report the stream to YouTube. They report it for like gambling or some stuff, and it's a third party that does this stuff, and they just do that automatically. You know.
No, they gave me a roll one time, and they had a silver $50 in it. It was 40%, but hey, it was silver half. I think it was 40. Yeah, I think it was 40%. But it was good. There's Miss Missy.
Hey, Miss Missy, how you doing?
And
did you read that thing I sent you earlier? I sent you an article I saw.
Oh yeah,
about the nickel.
Yeah, they're gonna change the metal in it.
Yeah, that's what they were trying to do.
Thinking about it. They thinking about it. Well, you see,
it costs 13
cents.
13 cents to make a nickel. They want to try to get down to 5 cents for a nickel. But they were saying honestly they should have eliminated the nickel. But they got that thing they just passed in the House. It's part of the Freedom America Act. And one of the things is in there, even though they stopped making pennies, one of the things in there is to officially not make the penny anymore. And it's just got to go through the Senate and pass. It already passed in the House, 215, 211. Got to make the Senate.
They already decided not to make the penny anymore.
No, but it's still on the. It's not actually retired, according to them. If they don't do this bill, they can start it up again. Let's say when President Trump gets out of office and a new president comes in, if it's not signed into law, they can make the penny again if they want. So they have to discontinue it.
That's somebody put money in their pocket doing that because.
Well, that's what they've been doing for years with the zinc.
And there's something wrong with that article. Whoever wrote it didn't do their homework. They did not do their homework.
Well, they never mostly do. That's one of the reasons I sent it to you, because there was a part in there where I was reading it and I'm like, I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm like, all right.
Which one? Like 2.5 grams of copper? There's no
something
copper
like that.
There's no copper in a penny. It's zinc. It's copper coat. It's copper plated.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I go. There ain't no copper in pennies. It's just copper painting, and that wouldn't certainly be 2.5 grams.
Right. Yeah. The zinc is 2.5 grams. Now, it's actually cheaper to make a planchet with copper than to actually do a zinc and then plate it, because that's more of a process. Okay, it's just that the only thing different is the base metal, which is copper, and then in case of the new penny, I say new penny, 83s on up, they zinc with a copper plating. Okay, so that's an extra process right there in the manufacturing process, and then you have logistics to do with it. Okay, you got to haul the penny from unless they have it where they punching the planchets out. If they have the equipment there to electroplate those pennies with copper, then they don't have the logistics of actually moving the planchets to the factory or plant that's gonna coat it with copper, coat those planchets with copper. So, I mean, that's logistics costs a lot. They should have just never quit making the copper penny. Because, back then, in 82, silver in 80 spiked. 80, 81, silver spiked, big time, like it did over, not long ago. It didn't go to $110 though, $120, but still in all, they just need to find somebody to make them cheaper. The copper plants it's cheaper. Okay, I mean, whoever's doing it is making a lot of money. Too much money. They charge them too much.
You know why? You know why it's got zinc in it, right? The penny. I mean, you know why mostly.
Well, yeah, for the cost savings. Zinc is a cheaper base metal than copper, but the whole process is more expensive than a copper plants it. Okay, the zinc plants it with the logistics, with the copper plating on it, is more expensive than a plain copper plants it. Yeah.
Well, I know that. Yeah, but the guy. They do it with the U.S. with the zinc because there's this guy. He was a former U.S. senator. I don't know if he's still alive or not. I think he is.
Right.
He owns like 90% of the zinc mines in the United States, and he's got an exclusive contract. That's why.
Well, that's okay. That was my comment from a while ago. I said if they do bring the penny back, it's going to be putting money in somebody's pocket. Remember I said that?
What? That's
there you go.
Well, they had a congressman. They had a congressman in 1989, 1990, and 1992. 3 times. I forget his name because I see the video somewhere on YouTube. I forget exactly where, but he tried to get rid of the penny 3 different times, and he was back then. The penny was costing like I forget how much, and he's like, "Why do we need pennies? It's a waste of time." Blah blah blah. And each time they struck him down. Because they had a contract with, and I can't remember the senator's name. They had a contract, and he was the leading supplier for the zinc for the penny. So he got that bill shot down 3 times. He was like, and I don't remember if it was Republican, Democrat. I don't remember all of that, but I saw the video about a year or so on YouTube. I don't even know if it's still up. Don't remember what it is exactly, but in that article, they were saying it would have been just cheaper to get rid of the nickel. And I'm like, getting rid of the nickel, they probably could have got rid of the nickel. That might have saved more money. But people use nickels for vending machines and all that other stuff.
Right.
They throw pennies on the ground. I pick them up. I don't care. I'm at work. I find tons of pennies.
I'm going to do some math here. Do some addition, subtraction, times, and division. So we're going to do some math on a calculator.
There may be an error of 0.02% either way.
Okay, there's 31 grams in an ounce, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Troy.
I think it's 31,
Yeah, 31.1 actually, but everybody doesn't do the 0.1. Okay, 31 times 16 ounces. Okay. Equal 496 grams. Okay, you got 31 grams times 16 equals 496. Do that over, make sure. Let's do 16 times 31 equals 496. So one pound. 1 pound equals 496 grams. Okay. Now, how much is a pound of copper right now?
Right now?
Let me. I got.
I don't know, to be honest. I haven't checked the prices in a while.
It says $6 a pound. 6.1. According to Kismet Kitco. Aluminum's $1.43. Nickel. Yeah, nickel is $7.50. Lead, 82 cents for lead. Wow. I remember when lead was like 3 cents. Zinc. Zinc is $1.60. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do. I tell you what, we're gonna do that zinc too. Zinc, 160 a pound. All right. Okay. Go back to the calculator. Shit, I didn't write that down. How much I said?
I don't know if you did it.
6 what?
For what?
$6.10.
I think that's what you said.
I got it back.
6.10 or something.
I got it back. Okay. I wrote the zinc down, not the copper. All right. Okay, $6.10. Now, that's today's price. Let's pretend we're going to do both ways. Let's pretend, after a while, we're going to pretend it was 1982 when copper was like $1.50, something like that.
Probably so.
I could probably Google it, and they'll probably get me a good ballpark average. Okay, but we're going to do $6 a pound. And that's went up a lot here lately, you know, because it was like $4 not long ago. You know, a year ago. So it shot up $2 and pretty quick. Okay, so $6.10 divided by 496 equals
What's what?
Divided
What
by
Raging Cajun is
496. What's what? What's up, mon ami? How you doing, man?
We're playing Add the Penny.
Yeah. All right. At $6.10 a pound divided by 496 grams, that's 0.01, you know, that's a penny. Okay, that's 1 cent, I think. Has 0.01. That would be a penny.
Give or take, yeah.
No, 0.01229. So that's like 1, 2, 3. That's 1.2. A penny, you know, 1.2 cents. See, because there's 600 and 600 pennies and $6.10 is 610. Then you divide that, again, then you got your grams. So that's a penny a gram. If I'm doing that right, that's a penny a gram. Okay, and there's 3 grams in a penny, in a copper penny. We're going to round it down to 3. Okay, so that's 3 cents. It's times 3 grams equals 3 cents. For a planchet. Okay, and that's not the cost of manufacturing, labor, or automatic equipment, anatominous or whatever they call it, equipment. So base price of a planchet is 3 cents. Now that's at $6 a pound. You take it back to where it was $1.50 in the early 80s, and that price is much, 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 much lower. Okay, so I don't see how it was costing actually 2 cents to make a penny. And then they come up, now it's 8 cents to make a penny. And then it's zinc. Okay, it's zinc. So we're going to do the zinc here in a second, too. We're going to do it about right now.
They kept going up because I kept hearing like 3.8 cents, 6 cents, 7 cents.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm kind of like, okay, well, wait a minute. They put zinc in it to make the prices go lower, but according to prices to go higher, it makes no sense.
And it went high. That's because somebody's lining their pockets. That's why. Okay. Yeah. So let's do that with zinc now. Okay. 160 divided by 496. That's 0.003. Okay.
That's about 66 1/3 of a penny.
160 divided by 496. Doing that twice. 0.003. So, and that's a 2 at the end. So that's rounded off. It's 3 thousandths. Well, if you're doing measurements, it would take 3 of those to make a penny. So 1/3 of a penny. That's 1/3 of a penny per planchet. So it's actually 1 cent per planchet in zinc. That's just plain zinc. Okay. Okay, equal and times 3 equals 1. 1.0. Okay, so it's a penny a planchet, a zinc planchet, not plated. So how much does it cost to make a penny now? What's the real price?
They were saying, I'd seen 3.8 cents. I've seen it as high as 7 or 8 cents. Depending on the source. But I mean, the guy that owns all the zinc mines, he's making a shitload of money off of it.
3.7 according to Google.
Yeah, that's what I heard. 3.7, 3.8. About what you said, Mud Swat said. Yeah.
Yeah, 3.7. So
they might have been better off just getting rid of the nickel and keeping a penny. But like I said, nickels you got to put in vending machines and stuff, and
But you see, they keep losing pennies. I can't say how many every year because I'm not sure. Yeah, round it up to 4 cents. That's right.
They're not sure. They make them.
But there's 3 cents of copper at $6 a pound. There's 3 cents of copper in a copper planchet, penny planchet. So at one penny per planchet, they charging 3 cents to plate it. All in all, it's a penny's worth of zinc, and the rest is plating, and there's no copper. I mean, it's a micron measurement. It's in microns, not mils, microns. So, yeah, they're making a pretty penny off of it. Excuse the pun.
That's why penny's been around for so long.
Yeah, but you see, also is like much what I'm saying, that's recovering lost funds. When you actually think about it, how many pennies are lost to self-destruction? Because that I'm talking about modern pennies, zinc pennies. How many thousands upon thousands a year are self-destructed?
Everyone with a zinc.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There's
they
thousands
turn green.
Thousands. They blister, they self-destruct, they corrode. I mean, they just melt. It takes time, but they melt. Oh, thank you. No, okay. Turn my camera off for a minute. I'll still be here, but my camera's off.
No, you're good. I say they should bring back aluminum pennies. Do you know that owning the 1974 aluminum penny is a federal crime and they can put you in prison for that?
Yeah, there's another coin also that you can. It's that dollar.
Yeah.
That dollar coin. 1930 something. You're not supposed to have.
I want a $3.50 coin. And I'm sure that's probably made somewhere in if it's made, it's probably Australia or something, or New Zealand.
I'll tell you what. I've always said this, and I was hoping that it. I was hoping that when they said they had a cure or whatever for making the change easier to give. Well, you see, I've said that years ago in my channels, in my streams, other people's streams. I said, get rid of the penny and bring back the 3 cent coin. All right, it's an odd number. 3 is odd, just like a penny. a nickel's odd, but you know that's a bigger value, more value than a 3-cent piece. And I says, get the 3-cent piece, bring it back, and then round up or down the cash register. They're already doing it now. In that article, it said they're already doing it now. In fact, I'm going to bring that article up.
They've been doing it. They've been doing it, but you know that bill I told you about where they're going to phase out the penny? It's also supposed to say in the bill how businesses are supposed to, you know, certain ones. I think if it's like 6, 7, 8, they round up. I think if it's 3, 4, 5, it goes down. Something like that. It's supposed to say this is how it's supposed to be.
Well, you see, cash registers, you program them in just like taxes. Your city, state, and all that taxes. You have each tax programmed in your cash registers, okay? And that's what figures out the taxes. And the state and local tax, you know, parish tax, city tax, whatever. All of that's programmed that you program in a register. Say if you have an individual business, you know, and you have a cash register at a point of sale, POS, piece of shit penny made out of zinc. You have that cash register. You program your register to according to your taxes. Then the register itself rounds it up or down automatic because taxes don't come out even to the penny. Okay, it always comes up. No. Our tax here is 9.89 or 91 meals or whatever, you know, because you got your meals in there. When you have a tax, it's a meal. It's like 100th of a penny, or you know, or thousandths of a penny. It's called a meal. I think it's 100th of a penny, which ain't much, you know. But okay, much right. You program your register to round it up, like I was getting to that. 9.93 cents. Okay, well, it's going on up to round it off to 10 cents tax. You can figure out the tax here in town or in the country is the same. If you spend $10, it was 10% of $10, a dollar. So whatever you buy, plan on buying, except for a car. If you live in the country, that you don't have a city tax, you know, just parish tax, and that's like 5 cents or something. So if you buy a car and you live in the country, you're saving 5%. That's a lot too on a $20,000 car. Mm-hmm. So
I'll tell you what we used to do when I worked at Rack Room and somebody like returned shoes, because we would get the shoes and they would return it from like Tennessee or whatever, you know, at the time, because that whole town center over there, they're higher because they're doing like a 30 year so the tax, and they just raised it again. At the time, I think it was 9.9 or 10% tax, where normally it was 9%, but they just raised it, so now I think it's 11%. So wow. I'd get people from like, okay, let's say they're traveling and they want to return the shoes. They got a store in Gulfport. Okay, so I would have to look up Gulfport's tax. Right. Let's say it's 7.8%. Then I have to calculate in the computer 7.8%. Then they would get their money back. But what they would do a lot of the times is they would, then this is why we had to do this. They would buy it from another state, bring it to our state to return it, get more money back than they paid for. So they had to put that in. So that's why we had to put the tax in, because our tax is higher and they would get less money if they brought it back where they got it from. Because that's why we had to put the sales tax in, whatever it was. Because I knew at the time, Gulfport was like 7.5 because Louisiana's got it's up to I think 11% now, 10 or 11, but Mississippi's is 7%. Florida don't have a state sales tax, so we never had to worry about that. That was the easiest one. I never had to put sales tax in there, but like Georgia, I think is at the time was like 8.7. So anytime I would have to look up I'd have to put in the zip code in there. And then I'd say, sometimes it would tell me. I would pull it up and it would tell me the percentage. Other times I had to do it. I had to do it on my phone, and my boss would have to look it up. And then I have to calculate it. And then they'd say, well, no, the receipt says $72. Why are you giving me back $65? And I'm like, or why are you giving me this? And I'm like, well, if you would have returned it to that store, you would have got that much. However, you're returning it at this store in Louisiana, you're not getting that much back.
Right.
So
sales tax difference.
They'd be like, yeah, I would have to explain to these customers, well, you're not going to get. Most of them would be like, oh, that's cool. I had one guy argue with me. It was like a $4.50 difference, and he's arguing with me. And I said, well, I don't have to take your shoes back.
Yeah,
you realize
man,
that, right?
$5. That's two hits on a crack pipe right there.
Yeah, well, it was a black guy. I mean, but
it don't matter. They do crack too.
I just told the guy. I just told him. I said, well, if you take it back to the place, some people, oh, I'm traveling. I just got the receipt in my car. Oh, I figured. Because, from the highway, you can see the back of the sign. You can see the back of the store where it is. So they'd say, oh, let me drop it off there. Or sometimes it told them to come there for whatever reason. They would buy stuff from a Nordstrom store.
Look at that.
And
Missy.
Yeah.
Missy. We both got cold.
She don't hear you.
Our ears are stopped up. Look at that big old watermelon. Sugar Town watermelon.
This is a time I wish Gallagher was alive.
Yeah. Get him, Gallagher.
Boom. Sledge-o-matic.
With the Sledge-o-matic.
I was watching his first and his second from 81 and 82, his first comedy specials. Major comedy specials, but
Yeah, that's when he was getting real popular with that Sledge-o-matic. They handed out ponchos, them little skinny ponchos, little thin ponchos for the people in the first 10 rows.
10 or 12 rows. So it went sometimes it went further though.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's got radioactive soil in front of his house.
Radioactive what?
Radioactive soil.
Oh, soil. Why?
Mudspot said, did you grow that thing?
No, that's a Sugar Town melon. A buddy of mine grew that. I got a friend of mine that's a farmer, watermelon grower. That Sugar Town's known for its watermelons because it's east. Any of the land that's west of the Calcasieu River is Sugar Town soil. That's how they base it. Sugar Town is your main area where the best watermelons are going. It's that area, and that is what they call that, a reference point. They refer, like they compare other soils to Sugar Town soil, and if you have that soil, you're gonna have good watermelons. It's got all the micronutrients and all that for watermelons and cantaloupe, melons to grow. And tomatoes, man, look, tomatoes and cucumbers do awesome over there. Also, like tomatoes, they do in St. Bernard Parish over there. Anything west and east of the river, Mississippi River.
That's my old stomping grounds.
Man, hey, the tomatoes in that soil are the best anywhere in Louisiana. Okay, well, except for Sugar Town, because that's about the same alluviated soil you know, that you're going to get that nice rich loam. In fact, that
Oh, we used to have. Oh yeah.
all of that
Yeah.
soil, that in that Sugartown area, that's all brought down the Calcasieu River, and that starts way up the state, just like St. Bernard. All that nice silt and deposits by the Mississippi River over thousands of years. That's the man. They got some good soil down there. Venice, Buras, Port Sulphur, my aunt. If you want to buy oranges, you buy oranges that are from that area. Buras, Port Sulphur, Venice, Empire. That is the sweetest oranges you ever gonna eat in your life. I don't care. You can. It don't matter what variety it is, but they do have a variety called Louisiana Sweet. Okay, and that was grafted or whatever, designed by somebody from over there. My aunt lived in Port Sulphur for years. Her husband, my uncle, was a engineer at the sulfur mines or whatever, and they had trees, orange trees. And man, when she'd come visit, she'd bring that all her brothers and sisters. Well, it was all brothers because she didn't. She had one sister that lived in Abbeville, where I'm from. My aunt. My other aunt lived in. One of my aunt lived in California. The other one in Texas. One in Abbeville, which is Alberta, spelled with an L and then a capital B E R T A. L, you know, space capital B E R T A. Alberta, not E L. But anyway, in fact, that was my aunt that lived in Port Sulphur, Alberta. And then my Aunt Myrtle, she lived in Abbeville. And then Aunt Tootsie, she lived in Texas. Aunt Sugar, she lived in California. And 10 people in my, had 9 uncles and aunts. She'd come down in town to visit, and she brought a sack of oranges for every brother and sister in town. Yeah, buddy.
That's the way to do it.
The sweetest oranges. But man, that St. Bernard Parish, that area, that's where they invented, that's where Creole tomatoes was invented in Baton Rouge by LSU. But they known for growing in St. Bernard. That's where they're testing. Some of their testing grounds are LSU.
Yeah, I know exactly where they grow them at. I mean, I don't know if they sit in the same area. I mean, I grew up in St. Bernard Parish, so
you can grow a Creole tomato in St. Bernard with that soil. Okay, grow the same tomato here in my yard with my soil. That St. Bernard tomato is gonna beat my tomato by 10 times.
Well, St. Bernard is right there on the Mississippi River. I've literally, like, if you go in I've put my hand in the Mississippi River already. You got the levee by the battlefield, by the Chalmette battlefield. They got the cemetery and they got the Beauregard House. That's where the cruise ships come in right there. And that's right next to that is the Domino Sugar Refinery. That is the Mississippi River right there. So they got right on the thing. They used to grow those tomatoes. There's a let me see. I'm trying to remember where it is. I don't know if it is. I haven't been down there in like 6 or 7 years. I really haven't been down there too much since I moved, but there's a
when you cut it, I wanted to show.
There's a spot. There's a spot somewhere down there. I want to say it's near might be in Violet, because Violet's got a lot of that. Violet's like where they over the Violet Canal. When I was growing up, that's where a lot of the farmers used to be. That used to be all farmland, and then they Kmart. When Kmart was around, they bought one of those farmlands and they started putting Kmart. They put a Walmart there. And
here you go, baby. That's a Jubilee melon right there.
That's a big one.
My buddy grows a lot of Jubilees. If he would grow like the Delta Queens, oh man, that's the best. Delta Queens are the best. They red. These are Jubilees. They not as red, but they got the flavor. And they sweet. I've seen those melons, the red ones. Some people grow them if they don't have the right soil, to make it look pretty, But let me see. Did you grow a hat thing? What are you talking about? Grow a hat thing?
He was talking about the watermelon a couple minutes ago. He said, "Did you grow that thing?" He just put that hat.
Yeah, I got you. That, yeah. How about broke my sternum, knocked the wind out of me? What? Had to cough, sneeze? What? Hard to cough, about to broke my sternum? What? How'd you break your sternum? $2 coin.
Probably started laughing. He fell out the chair, and then I'm gonna have a lawsuit on my butt.
Oh yeah, I took it as that thing early. I don't know why I said hat thing. Walmart asked to see my receipt. I bluntly said nope.
I had to go in that piss poor place today for something, and I hate going in. I had to go in Sam's Club. Hate that place, but I had to go up in there, and sure enough, Sam's Club is even more strict than Walmart. Walmart, they don't ask every single person, and they'll let some people go by. This Sam's Club, they check everybody. And they sit there and they go, "Did you check out in the self-checkout?" They go, the lady looks at me and she goes, "Did you buy that?" "No, I decided to put it in my pocket." Yeah. And then she goes, "Well, did you buy that?" And I'm like, "Yes, I bought that." And I'm like, "Can I go now?" And she's like, "Well, no, I had like 5 items." And she's scanning each item to make sure that I bought it. And I'm like, this is why I hate coming to Walmart/Sam's Club. They treat you like a freaking criminal. I told the lady, I said, "Well, look, there's like 15 people behind me." I said, "Well, I'm going to go now. Bye." "Oh, I'm not done scanning, sir." And I'm like, "Well, you are with me." So I gave you the receipt. You looked at I gave this woman the receipt. She's looking at the receipt. She scans the receipt. She looks at my items. "Oh, was this in self-checkout?" "Yes, it was." What was the exact amount?" "You have the receipt in your hand." Then she asked me 3 times, "Did you buy this? Did you buy this? Did you buy this?" And I said, "No, I put it in my pocket. I'm stealing it." And then she looks at me and she goes, her thing was messed up. So this took like 2 or 3 minutes. And I'm just like, "Okay, I'm leaving. See you. Bye. Whatever. Screw it." And she said something. And I said, "I'm leaving. Bye." I'm not sitting here waiting for it. I gave you my receipt. You looked at it. You scanned it. I don't know what else you want me to do. And I was with somebody, so I couldn't really do anything. But that's why I hate going to these places. I really hate Walmart and Sam's Club with a passion. I got drug into the place. I hate it. I don't like it. But they treat you like a damn criminal. But
they
like
need
I said,
to get rid of the self-checkouts. The Walmart in my town, they had just about I think they only had like 3 checkouts with people, cashiers, 3, and that was it. The rest were all self-checkout. There was
going to do that to save money.
They don't save money. They still got to have the people standing up there and then helping them. Well, people were complaining, a lot of people. So they took out all those self-checkouts. Now they only got like 4 self-checkouts total out of the 20 registers they got. I think they got 16 registers that are manhandled, a real person, and 4 self-checkouts. That's it. So they learned their lesson, and then they took 1 out. I think that's what they got now. Because when me and Johnny went a while back, I needed to get something that I couldn't get in town, and Johnny said, "Look, that's what I was talking about. Remember I told you they had to board it up and torqued up, hiding stuff?" I'm like, "Yeah." He said, "That's what they were doing at Billing in there. It was a some kind of Japanese sushi, whatever bar, some kind of
Yeah,
fresh
they got two of those
fresh
here.
fish bar or whatever with the sushi rolls and all that, and the counters. They make all kind of stuff, and I don't know if it's if I'm not mistaken, it's an independent like Subway. Walmart doesn't own Subway; they just lease from them. This is that same
Yeah.
kind of deal. They got a different name on the thing. It's not a Walmart product. Put it that way.
Well, one of them, we have a couple Walmart. Actually, I'm watching it. I'm watching this show because they used to have this show that was in my city, and actually, right now they're showing this because I remember this because I remember walking down the street when they were filming this. So I never actually saw this. This is about 5 years ago. It's actually on TV. Well, it's on the not TV, but it's on the streaming service, and they used to have this show Live PD, and they were in the city that I live in, and that's what they're showing right now. And I'm like, oh, and they're actually showing the Walmart that I lived right behind. Right, well, not behind, but over where the last place is.
I'll be right back.
I remember this night. Oh, okay. I remember this night because I was walking home. Found an earring, have to acid test it. Well, acid can be, I find these weird looking earrings all the time, but I think they're plastic. That's a nice looking kitty. But I remember this night because I was walking home and I saw the cameras filming. Actually, there were a couple times I saw cameras filming out here. They like to have there's 2 or 3 of them that have these reality shows around here. They tried to film something one time and get my permission. I told them no, not unless you pay me. Shit, I need $10,000. My last job, one job before they closed down, I had a bunch of these people and they wanted to film inside and make a zombie movie or some stuff. And I said, wait 6 months, the company's probably going to close. It closed in 2 months, but the building's still vacant. They abandoned the idea. If YouTube asks permission from me, I'm asking for at least $1,000. Well, you're supposed to say, this is not a sponsored contest by YouTube, all rights reserved, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. That kind of BS or something. Just to make sure YouTube's not liable or any of that crap. Because it happens on their platform. So, I don't know. Oh. Now, the only YouTuber I know that gives out $10,000 is Mr. Beast. And I don't even think he does it on YouTube anymore. I think he does it more on Twitch. But I could be wrong. I mean, I'm sure there's others that like to give away their money just because. But it's not like they really earned it. They just sit on here and do a lot of BS and I don't know. But yeah, go figure. He does stupid crap, and he's almost a billionaire. Yeah, he's always giving him. He started one of those scam things recently. The things where it's like he invented this game, and he's like, you'll make money instantly. All you got to do is make 25 levels, and you can make money. Well, guess what? No freaking platform goes to 25 levels. Right there, that's a scam. And he's endorsing all this crap. I went on there and I played it and I proved that you couldn't get to 25 levels because as soon as you get to 24, it goes 24.1, 24.22, I played it all the way till it was 24.77. You cannot get to 25 on those cash levels. You can't. I did it on purpose to prove a point. I should have made a video about it, but hey, you know, knowing me, the guy would actually come on the YouTube channel and try to dispute it, and he's a billionaire. So probably sue the hell out of me and make more money off of me for doing nothing. So you never want to give those big high and mighty YouTubers any publicity, because they're not going to give you any. That is why they should ban reaction videos. I don't like how they can anybody can use your video and do a reaction on it for anything. You know, a lot of these things is like, there's this one channel and he makes videos about Twitch people and YouTube video and how they screwed up and what they did wrong and da-da-da-da-da. And he's got like 7 million subscribers. And that's all he does is videos about how this one on Twitch did this and screwed up. This one blah, blah, blah. And this one da-da-da-da. You know what they would say? They would be like, $1,000 to like Mr. Beast is like a penny or a nickel to us. It ain't shit to him. He'd be like, okay, here you go. I'd ask for at least 10 grand. At least. But here's the thing though, once they give you that money, they can use your they got it. I would sign a nil deal. Name, image, license. That's what they call it, nil. Once they pay you once, they don't have to pay you again. They'll make you sign a piece of paper. This is the only time we're paying you. You know. Now I'm trying to figure out how to get money from a damn SAG. You know, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because now, when I was, and I've said this story before, but I was in my hometown, Chalmette. I was doing the Chalmette Battlefield like I usually do, and I was filming. And I didn't put it on YouTube. I got the footage somewhere. I don't know. I didn't film it. But a couple of big YouTubers went to here, filmed it, and got 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 views. Yeah, SAG. Yeah, I'll tell you the reason why. Because I've actually talked to people about this. Now, they were filming an episode of NCIS New Orleans in the cemetery that I was in, off the Mississippi River. There's a cemetery, you know, because they like to film a lot in Chalmette because they get a lot of tax breaks. Louisiana gives tax breaks. So I didn't know this until, you know, and I just happened to watch NCIS. Now, NCIS New Orleans with Scott Bakula. Now, I didn't notice. Me and my friends on the levee, we're bullshitting. We're walking around bullshit. We're filming stuff. And we said, okay, let's go in the cemetery because they got the veteran cemetery, you know, with all the wars. The war, because right there, it was the Beauregard Plantation. That's where Andrew Jackson fought the British. The War of 1812. It was War 1815. Well, it's War 1812. January 8th, 1815. That's where Andrew Jackson with Pakenham and all the pirates and stuff. That's where they fought the British on that property. And then right next to it, they got the cemetery from all the people buried in there and stuff like that. So what they did was they were filming an episode in that cemetery. Now, view out. You view out that cemetery, right? Me and my friend are in that cemetery. What they did was they filmed an episode. They filmed the scene. Didn't tell any, and they did this 2 or 3 times already because they actually got in trouble for doing this because they filmed an episode where they were robbing a jewelry store, an actual jewelry store. Didn't tell the police department. Didn't tell anyone. Just started doing this. Somebody reported it, and the SWAT team came out, police and everything, and arrested the actors. Threw them on the ground, arrested them. These were extras, and they were in the scene. Threw them on the ground, almost arrested them and everything. Nobody said anything. The director had to stop everything, this and that. They didn't bother to tell the police department that they were filming a scene in the middle of daylight. which is dumb. Hey, it's Van Southern Corn Hunter in the building. But anyway, they're filming this scene in the cemetery. Me and my friend are in this cemetery. I didn't even notice there were cameras at this time. They must have been filming high zoom, whatever. And it's an actual scene because Scott Bakula's in this scene. Now, if I wasn't even looking in that direction, we were on the other side. It's a big cemetery. We were on the other side. I was looking at the levee because they got the cemetery. There's a road, and for security, it leads to the aluminum plant on one side, and then the Domino Sugar Refinery on the other side. And so they're filming this scene. Now, at the time I watched NCIS New Orleans because obviously they do New Orleans references to stuff, but it's based in the French Quarter. So I just happened to be watching an episode, and I think it's towards the end of the episode. I couldn't tell you the episode. I'm watching the episode. This is the point that I'm trying to dispute. I'm watching the episode. You always see extras in the background. They got to pay extras, right? They have to pay extras. There's nobody in this cemetery. They're doing a scene. Scott Bakula and some lady, they're doing a scene. They scroll back the camera. You can clearly see me and my friend in the shot, in the footage, walking. And I've disputed this. Some people said I can try to sue, but what can you sue? What can you do? Some people say you can do it. I've actually talked to somebody about that, and they said pretty much what you said. Like, if you go apply for that, this and that, you can get a car and they can pay you. But, I mean, I feel like, okay, well, this is in this. You don't really get money off of it because now it's streaming services. You wouldn't make any money. But, the way I see it is they got me and my friend on camera. So, you're on Jay Leno. Well, they should pay you. But they said officially you're not an extra. They can do that. Technically, they can film in the.
Oh.
But,
no Jay Leno, you can see my sleeves.
There you go. So technically, I'm on
your thing gathered up the echo.
What echo?
That repeat thing after a while.
Oh, well, I have no idea where my headphones are, so I don't even know what happened to them. They're somewhere. I can try to find them. I don't know where. I don't know where it is because somebody came in my room and started moving my shit around. I can find them. Oh wait, here it is. No, somebody decided to come in my room and start moving my shit around without my permission again. So, wait, here they are. Hold on.
Put a key lock on that door.
Yeah, I wish I could. I wouldn't be able to get in the damn room.
No, you have your key in your pocket. Before I even walk out of my house, if I'm leaving, I always take my right hand and feel my belt loop to see if my keys are there. That's a habit. That's a natural habit I've grown to do.
Well, yeah, I have keys.
My door, because I lock my door. If I close it,
I could put a padlock on that. I could put a padlock on that door, and that door will mysteriously open. So there's no really point to doing it.
Okay,
I'll leave it at that because if I say anything else, I'll start getting messages, and I don't need them. I don't need text messages. I really don't. Like timestamp. You said this at 8:42 p.m. I don't need these timestamp messages, but yeah, I talked to a few people about that. Most people said you can't really do anything about that because technically they can film wherever they want. If you're in the shot, they don't have to pay you because you didn't sign nothing. So I'm just like, okay, well, if that's the case, then I could just walk up to celebrities and start filming them. Oh, they're just in the background. So, But it's funny like
been
that.
Van. I shouldn't ask Van that. I know what he's been up to. I've been seeing if they late notification. I mean, by the time I see the like I'll come on, I'll wake up at 1:30, 2 in the morning, and I'll check notification. I'll check the bell. You know, I'll click on the bell and it says Van was live 4 hours ago. Well, too late now.
He was live last night. I was in there for a while. I didn't say anything, but I was in there for a few minutes, and then I fell asleep.
I saw the notice video. I saw it late, real late. You know, like at 2 in the morning. Because I got up, the dog was barking at something, and I was like, well, I guess I'm up. And I got up, ate a popsicle, ate a bowl of cereal, then I ate a popsicle. Then I got woke up. Once my sleep gets broke, that's about it. And about 5 in the morning, I think it was, I made coffee, a pot of coffee. But I don't think you were live at 2 in the morning, huh, Van?
No, he was live at like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock last night.
I saw the notice where, you know, it said like 5 hours ago. I'm like, well, that's over with.
I was falling asleep. I went in there for a minute, and I was just watching, and I just dozed off. I think the stream was on when I dozed off, because when I woke up, it said it was over. So sometimes I'll do that. I'll go on people's streams, and I'll go to type hi, and I fall asleep. But But in my defense, I've been off. Tomorrow will be the third day off I'm in a row. Okay, I stayed up for like 60 hours straight. I just was not tired. I just stayed up. I stayed up for like 2 hours, 3 days, 2 days, whatever it was, 2 or 3 days in a row. I don't do that often, but I was just doing some stuff. So I was like, all right. And I was laying down. I couldn't fall asleep. But the day before, I was really feeling sick, and I slept. Like I worked 2 days. I had 3 days off. I worked 2 days. I got 3 more days off. So tomorrow's the third day off in a row. I wasn't feeling good the last 3 days off. So I literally slept 16 hours one day, 10 hours the next day, and 12 hours the next day. So I slept so much that the other day I said, well, okay, I'm laying down, and I didn't fall asleep. So Cajun will send you the link. But I sent 2 people a link. I'm 0 for 2. I should have went live last night, because then I would have had Grumpy Stack on the stream last night, because he kept asking me, you didn't go live? You didn't go live? I fell asleep. Sorry. It was around 8 o'clock, and I said, that's when, because I remember the last thing I remember last night is I clicked in Southern Stream, and I woke up at like 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning. It's the last thing I remember. So I fell asleep. But sometimes I'll do that. I'll go on someone's stream, I'll watch it for a while, and I'll just conk out. I think he only had like 2 or 3 comments in there. I remember something about finding a nickel or a dime or something. No, he was doing dimes I think he was doing dimes last night. I've been finding a lot of dimes lately. It's just some weird combination of dimes. So
Missy's feeling bad now. She didn't lift it up on that watermelon. We still got the COVID. I'm not quite. I think I'm past the hump.
Can you say that word on YouTube now?
I thought my voice last night or this morning, I thought my voice was shot. It hurts, man. You know, being raspy and all that.
Well, I don't know.
So,
I don't even know if you're allowed to say that word on YouTube.
What? Oh, nah, that don't matter.
YouTube's been censoring so many words lately on so many people's streams. They've been going after the Hook GP lately, like for nonsense.
They're not doing anything to people that says COVID every once in a while, or because you can't stop that because it's in the news. you know, and it's all over in the news. And if the news can say it over the air, we can say it. What's up, Van?
I can say a lot of things.
Finish off this box of nickels. I feel like going live tonight. Actually, I had to go do blood work this morning. I had to do, I couldn't eat any meat after 6 p.m. last night. So I've been eating a bunch of fruit and veggies from a blood test.
Yeah.
Oh.
I thought you can't eat for like 12 hours if you have to give blood. That's what I've always been told.
Yeah.
Well, can't have any food before after midnight, usually.
Right.
But they didn't want me to have any meat, so I had to go like 12 hours without meat.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I just ate 2 Big Macs. You telling me, if someone tells me I can't eat meat, then I'm just going to have to die. Sorry. That's just not going to happen. There's certain things in my life, it's just not going to happen. I'm just like, nope. I'm not going vegan. Sorry.
Yeah.
I will sit there and eat a cheeseburger in the doctor's office just to prove a point. Yeah, no.
Well, I
Because I'm like,
I called my aunt today. I called a couple weeks ago about going up there next weekend. They're having a big Texark LA coin and stamp show up in Bossier. But they have a wedding they got to go to. They're going to be out of town. So I'm going to get up about 2 o'clock, hit the road about 2:30. Should put me in Shreveport right about 7:45 so I can get something to eat breakfast-wise. I'll make something up.
You'll be right. My cousin lives in Shreveport. You'll be right there.
Well, it's not the
Texarkana.
Bossier.
It's Arklatex, they call it.
Not that far away.
Yeah.
They call it Arklatex, that area.
Well, there's a sign when you go past right before my cousin's house, and it'll say They'll say Arkla, Texas, because Dallas is only 2 hours away from my cousin's house.
Yeah. If you ever hear
Arkansas is literally 20 minutes away.
Up here by the Arklatex, you know, that's how they say it on the weatherman say it, that area. Just like the Golden Triangle. Everybody knows where that's at. That's you know, down there by Sabine, Port Arthur, Beaumont, Orange. Well, actually it's past Beaumont a little bit, like kind of Winnie, you know, on the way to Winnie. That's the Golden Triangle. But it's Port Arthur, all that makes a triangle in southeast Texas, and they call it that there, the Golden Triangle. So we know where that's at when you're from South Louisiana.
Now I tried. So I called some of the hotels around there. They're like in one was $180 a night.
What?
Yes, because it's the weekend.
Shreveport's pretty pricey. Oh, Bossier City. That's pricey.
This has been Bossier.
Yeah, they're pretty pricey though.
Yeah. So
what I'm do a local Hotel 6 or something, and man, $50 a night. Shit.
Yeah, but they don't have those up there. That's rich people up that way.
No, they got some of those hotels, but where they're at, you do not want to spend the night. Okay.
That area.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the ghetto. I mean, where my cousin lives, she lives in a gated community because she got money saved and she works 2 good, high-paying jobs. So I mean, but yeah, there's always like I don't have to tell you a lot of Baton Rouge is kind of places you don't want to be. Yeah, but of course you know that, Van. Obviously, you live down there where they're every city or town, parish has got their, hell, I'm on the side of the tracks. Hell, I got a neighbor across the street from me 5 nights in a row. The SWAT was called out on him looking for somebody. 5 nights in a row. I'm like, well, time for me to leave. I'm saving up, moving, getting the hell away from this neighborhood I live in. It's just being taken over by criminals, apparently.
So what my plan is, actually, I'm gonna go. But the coin dealer I go to on weekends, he's actually over in Birmingham for this week's coin show. He's going up to Bossier next weekend, and I want to go by his shop Tuesday. Next Tuesday's game night in his shop where they play D&D. And if I could swing, just stay with him Friday night, I'll just leave straight from work and drive straight on up there. If not, I'll leave about 2:30 in the morning. The doors open up at 9. I'll probably stay about 3 and then leave and come on back to Baton Rouge Saturday night.
Well, that's only about what? That's only about a 2.5, 3 hour ride for you, right?
No, it's about 4 hours. It's almost
from my house.
It's 3 hours from me to Shreveport.
Yeah, I know.
It's 5.5. 5.5 from my house to my cousin's house. It's 5.5 hours.
Yeah, you got that whole.
I was in the car for 5.5 hours. I mean, for what?
Yeah, I'm avoiding the interstate going out of Baton Rouge, so I'm taking 190.
Oh, you're taking a longer way, I guess. Yeah.
190 is a lot.
No, it's not longer. It's a little bit shorter. But time, see, on the interstate, you can do 70, 75, 72.
Yeah.
On 190,
Right.
you got all them little towns, 40 miles an hour, Lottie, Livonia, Blanks,
Crotch Springs,
Irwinville, yeah, Crotch Springs,
Port
That's 45
now. They get people coming in from Baton Rouge side, and they got them coming in from Opelousas side. So they ride from both sides of the bridges now.
Crotch Springs.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to that's a speed trap there now.
Oh, every time I go that way, there's one on one side. Well, no, the last time they didn't have any cops anywhere, and I was shocked. But there's usually one on the other side because right there's the spillway. You come off the spillway, and that's where it is. On the other side, I didn't see any this time. And usually there's one on one side, one on the other, right under the bridge. And then there's one right there because you only got to go, I don't know, not that far. It's 45 miles an hour. You get off the bridge. You got that little place. You got the Billy's Boudin place right there. You got your Dollar General or whatever the hell it is. It's like, look, there's Dollar General. There's a store. All right, let's go. That's all you see at Crotch Springs when you're going that way. You don't see much.
There used to be a restaurant there before it closed down, and then it exploded a couple years later. It used to be a good restaurant.
Which one?
The one that was on the north side of the highway, the one that blew up, and I think in 79 or 80.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yes. And actually, a friend of mine from high school, her dad was actually sitting in that empty lot, and an 18-wheeler lost control, and he's in his state police car and killed him.
Damn.
Our junior year in high school, she lost her daddy.
Damn.
That's never good.
Well, you see a bridge, going down a bridge or clocking somebody at the foot of a bridge, that ain't cool, because you got gravity. Gravity is our enemy, It's going to help us speed, all right?
That's why they do it.
And then, you fight that. Look, if they get you for like 1 over or 2 over or 3 over, you can blame that on the bridge. The judge will throw that shit out.
Yeah.
Well, I've never been stopped in Crotch Springs before. Now
I haven't, but
they don't stop you anymore. They got cameras. What was that?
Actually, they still stop people. I know somebody got stopped there a couple weeks ago.
Oh, well, last time I went up there I'm going to say about a month, maybe not even 6 weeks ago. But that I usually go on a Saturday or Sunday. Usually Saturday morning I'll go up that way and come back Sunday afternoon.
That's a bad rap because you got all them meat packing places, them specialty meats like Carsoners, Billy's Boudin meats, and then you got another one. Then you got that Whitetails restaurant. that log cabin restaurant. See, you got a lot of like tourist stuff. People come from all over to go to Billy's, and
that place
get
is
something
packed every time.
Yeah, man,
every time,
and it's huge, But you go in there and you get a freaking ticket, and you got to pay $300 for a speeding ticket that was 2 over. That ain't cool. That makes you not want to go back to Billy's.
Yep. Sometimes they're on the other side where they got that gas. It's not an Exxon. It's maybe, I don't know, it's that gas station on the other side, that gas station restaurant across from it. And sometimes they sit in that parking lot, and then they pull out of that parking lot. Because I've seen they went after somebody one time. I passed by, and they got somebody in there. But last time, like I said, when I went up that way, I think it was also the beginning of the month. I don't think it was the end, but I was shocked because they didn't have any, not on either side, and they usually do. So maybe they just decided to take that day off. I don't know, but they clock it. Speed limit's 45. You go 46, you got them red lights flashing in back of your ass. But also a speed trap is on 71. They got those little dips. And there's two little dip things they go over like mini bridges. Them damn cops will sit right under that bridge. They'll be right under that bridge. Soon as you pass, them lights will come on. I did get stopped 2 or 3 times on 71. Them bastards is. But my aunt knows the commissioner, the one that's over that. So just get those thrown out. My aunt just goes to the place. She shows the ticket, and the guy goes, we ain't even putting that in. We'll take that out the system right now. So, but couldn't do it for Crotch Springs though, because that's under different territory. But 71's under still that's like St. Landry and of Oils and stuff. That's what he's over that region. But Crotch Springs that's in a different parish. So not over that region. But a couple of times in the past, got a ticket for Livonia, and they have a hidden camera somewhere. I don't know where, because about like 2-3 months later, they got a thing in the mail, and it said going 65 and the speed limit was 50. And I'm like, there's no cops. I said they must have tripped the camera somewhere, because they had a zoom right onto the license plate. And it's like, damn. So they're starting to put those speed traps everywhere, but especially towards the end of the month, they hit your quota. They catch more people. We're behind in our quota. People said all the time, police departments don't have quota. That's bullshit. It's like, you were going 2 miles over the speed limit. Okay, and you're supposed to have at least a 5-mile-an-hour difference, grace period. But that is crazy.
Go Mel get you a 0.5 mile an hour over the speed limit.
Who?
Going down to Grand Isle? They know
I've only been to
everybody.
Grand Isle one time, and that was like 30 years ago. One time I went to Grand Isle.
I had never been, but I know people have been, and they've got busted. I know one guy, he actually got out of it, because at the time, the old radars that they used to use were supposed to be calibrated, and you have to be licensed by FCC to use those radar guns, and apparently Golden Miller cops were not licensed to be using them. And the guy was a ham radar operator, and he got out of his ticket.
That's a good way to get out of it.
But now everybody's got the lasers, and well, this is my box in 19. So when I get done, that's 18,000 nickels I looked at this year just from the bank.
Oh, didn't you do dimes last night?
No, I was on nickels. I was doing nickels.
You posted something when I was in there. They had like 3 or 4 comments, and you posted something. You found a nickel, or you found a dime, or something.
No, I
don't remember
found
what
it.
it was.
I bought off of somebody on Whatnot, an Indian had sent. And it's 1889 DDR FS 802.
Yeah, I saw that.
All right.
Wow. I knew it was something. I just because I'd seen something. It must have been another stream then where I seen something about they were doing dimes, and I'm like, who the hell looks through dimes? I mean, some people do it.
Big and Dave does, but he does like 8 or 9 boxes sometimes. And
That's who that's who it was, Digging Dave. That's exactly who it was.
I see him go 1 or 2 boxes, no dimes. All of a sudden, the next box, he might have 12 dimes silver, and then 3, then drop back down to 0. Then it's crazy how he gets silver.
Yeah,
Now,
you saw that video. You saw that video with the 2 dimes that I did.
Yeah, I commented on there.
I know you commented on a few of them. I didn't find those dimes. My mother found those 2. She said she told me she found them the other day. She went to go get a newspaper, and I guess they were on the ground. Somebody dropped them. I don't know. She didn't know what it was, and she's like, I got to show you these coins. They might be worth some money. Because, she was thinking, they might be worth a lot of money. We could sell them. Okay, well, she goes, one of them's got this funny thing on it, and I don't know what the other one is. And she's telling me, and I said, Mercury dime. But they were both 1944. And I got home, and I looked at it, and I went, yeah, it's about $5-6. The other one, yeah, about $5-6. And she was like, she goes, okay, well, you can have them. They're yours. They're not worth anything. Because she was like, I found a rare coin, 44, must be worth a couple $1,000. And I was like, I looked at it, I said, nah, not quite. I said, I know people. I said, but I looked it up on Google. It was worth like $6, But then, they're doing all this construction at work with metal planchets and stuff. Did you see that video with the 89 quarter?
No, I missed that one.
Oh, I put that out the same time as the other one. Well, they got all these planchet things. They're doing construction. I got these planchets or whatever, the plugs. And they're just metal, but it's like shape of 50-cent piece, nickel, dime, whatever, course. Yeah, all over the pad. Huh?
Those are called knockouts off the junction boxes.
Yeah. But they're they're doing construction. They're putting up AC units, this and that, and they're enclosing the whole pad at work, where the drivers pick up the packages. And so I'm out there and I'm sweeping this stuff up, and it all looks the same to me. And I'm looking at it, I keep getting fooled. So I got the 50-cent piece, the dime, the whatever.
I gotta stick my camera around. Gotta remember how to do this. Got my cell phone mounted. Oh boy. I just
circle.
You don't do it often enough. Yeah, he knows what a knockout is now. I commented on the video. That's a knockout plug from a electrical box. It don't matter. If I'd have said breaker box, some asshole would have commented back to me saying, it's not just a breaker box, Cajun. It's any electrical box. So that's what I said. I beat him to the punch.
Nope, that's not it. That's probably the other camera.
You got to go in your in the audio. Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. You found one, huh?
That's about number 12 or 13 I found so far out of the last 3 boxes.
Wear gloves, man. Don't touch anything with your fingers.
I got gloves on.
There you go. There you go. The purple ones like I get from Amazon.
That's where these came from.
Don't say that word. See, that's one of the what you call that fell out the thing. That looks like a 50-cent piece, wouldn't you think?
It's probably a little bit bigger.
Yeah. There's the one that sort of looks like a nickel. If you didn't glance, it would look like a nickel.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The camera makes it look bigger anyway. Oh, I got to go check on.
Well, see, so they had a bunch of these. They had a bunch of these on the pad lying in the metal. So I grabbed a few of these. So I'm just picking them up, and it even sounds, because they're doing the junction box. So I figured, okay, I got fooled a couple of times because, she thinks I just picked it up. To hell with it. So I look down and I go, oh, what's that? And I go, okay, well, I kind of see this. And it's like, this is how I'm seeing it, okay? This is how I'm looking at it. Like, this is over here, this is this. It's all scattered. So I go, oh, that's nothing. Okay, hell with it. Oh, that's nothing. Okay. I look at it and I go, wait a minute. I go, oh, that's a quarter. And I go, something's funny. It looks kind of funny. It was just like this. I flip it over and I go, okay. And I'm looking at it and I go, wait a minute. I see what says 1989. And I look at it and I go, that's an S. Son of a bitch. I said, who the hell dropped a proof quarter around here? In all of these damn planchet plug things, it was just like this. It was just like that. The quarter's just sitting there with all of these metal things. So I found that quarter, and so I must have found, I went through that whole thing, and there was about another 50 or 100 of these things, nickels, of dime shapes. I said, well, hell, I don't know where it came from. Maybe a driver dropped it or something. But it's a 1989, and it looks like a 5, but it's a proof coin. And
all right, guys, I'm going to eat.
I appreciate you popping in, Cajun.
My supper's ready. Van, good to see you again.
Mine before.
Phil Guy, good seeing you again. Mud Swat, you too. Oh, I'm going to eat. All right, guys.
Speaking of proofs,
love, peace, and crackling grease. Y'all take it easy. I play time.
See you later, Caden.
Speaking of proofs, you get the coin.
This one, they only made 3.2 million. So.
Speaking of proofs, 2009S last night popped out. One of the rolls.
That's pretty cool.
I think it's my fourth proof. That's my fourth proof this year, I think. So it's been circulated.
I think I've only found it maybe 4 or 5 proof coins, period, ever. No.
But it's got a little bit of damage. They can tell it's been circulated. But yeah, that popped out last night. So if I haven't got any silver yet, I'm on the last 3 rolls. The last box had 2 silver nickels.
Ain't too bad. Yeah, I looked at that when I looked up the proof, and I was like, I looked at it and I said, yeah, I don't think that's silver. When I looked it up, it said the mint started making it again in 1992, and that's a 89 quarter. So that's 75%. 75% copper and 25% nickel.
Yeah.
So, but they said it was worth about, in that condition, I looked it up. They said it was worth about $15, give or take. So I'm like, okay, well, hell, that's a good quarter then. But to find that quarter, like when I'm at work, I find a lot of change. All these drivers drop money like it's. I tried to film it one morning. I was outside and I didn't have my phone with me. I had it charging inside, but I had a coin spill. And this is 2 times it's happened. Like a certain area, I found about 15 pennies. And I found 2 wheat pennies in this specific area. I don't think I did a video on that. But couple of days later, I went in this parking lot again, DSP parking lot, because there's 2 parking lots. And then they got the driver's pad. I went in that parking lot again, a different area. And I found like 5 or 6 dimes, a couple of nickels, of pennies. And I'm just like, all right, hell. So I didn't think about making a video then. I probably should have. There was 6 o'clock in the morning, ain't nobody around. Drivers don't even get there. It's about 9 o'clock. So, but I'm just like, okay, that's fine. But sometimes some days I'll find 60, 70 cents in that parking lot. Now, it's not all, whatever, but I've already found on that pad, like that was a couple days ago, I found that 89 quarter. A couple of weeks ago, I found a 55 and a 53 wheat penny. Face down, but I could tell you it was 1 cent. And then there's a couple times I found a couple of 1940 nickels just sitting in the grass. So I guess the drivers are just like, I don't want my money. Are they reaching in their pocket? Because there's over 300-400 drivers at least. So they park in DSP, or they park their regular vehicles on the other side. But this is the parking lot where it's DSP. they go to throw their trash away, there's garbage cans everywhere. But I'm just like, all right, shit. I'm sitting there and I'm just like, okay, penny, and I could see it with the sun, and I'm just like, okay, but sometimes I get fooled with those Planchet plug things like that.
Well, let me ask you this. You see where Rob finds treasure? He got all those July 4th privy quarters?
I don't even go to his channel. I had a dispute with him about 6 or 7 years ago on something, and I just don't go to his channel.
Well, he went around, got back to the banks, and I think the Thursday before July 4th, he opened up 2 boxes, and it was 800 something of July 4th privy quarters. Now he's sent about 100 off of grading. Then he picked out the best ones, sent those off for grading. Then the next tier down, he gave his moderators each a couple of free ones. And now each night he sold some on eBay, on his webpage. He's got some up for sale. I think right now he's made about $45,000 just selling those quarters off between eBay and his webpage. And now
some people have all the good luck.
But he's been giving away like 1 or 2 at the end of each live stream free. You don't have to even be a member.
Oh, well, I'm never going to pay. I don't pay on people's streams. I don't care. It's not worth it for me. But I forgot exactly what happened. I had a dispute on his shit. Something either one of his moderators blocked me or some shit. I just never went back. This was like 6-7 years ago. No, probably 5 years ago. Yeah, no, I don't go on his channel. I'm sticking to channels that I support, but I'm not gonna of course, that's how they do it nowadays. I notice a lot of these people that get monetized, all of a sudden they're putting a shitload of their videos members only. And I'm talking about live streams from 4 years ago that nobody would watch. Now, someone told me YouTube does that automatically, and maybe they do. But I've noticed this, like in my watch list, I have a watch later playlist. And I'll go back and I'm like, videos that are like 7 years old, all of a sudden it says members only. And I'm like, I don't remember this before. So, I'll clear. Obviously, if it's members only, I can't watch it. So I delete the video. I delete it out of my watch list. I did that the other night, and I had 40 or 50 videos that said members only. And I'm just like, all righty then.
You can actually
I'm talking about, huh?
You can do. There's actually a setting for those videos. You can make it permanent. You can do like a time delay, like members first only, and then 2 days later it goes live for everybody else. There's a guy named Bronze Dragon that does that for his channel. He'll do videos on another Web3 games where you make money off of that. But he's got his set to where it's like 2 days members only, and then it goes live.
Well, yeah, that would make sense if it's live streams. But these are videos that have been on YouTube 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. Yeah. That is what I don't. And it's their channel; they can do what they want. But somebody told me it's YouTube that's doing that. But I'm like, I don't know why YouTube would sit there, and it would make more sense for an actual live stream than a past live stream. But then I know one person that did it for like every single video. They got monetized and they did it for every single video. And I'm just like, well, what's the point of doing that for every single video when no one's going to watch it anyway? Because you need to have a lot of members. If you have like 1 member, 2 members, I mean, in order for you to do members only videos, you should have at least 150 members. It wouldn't make any sense. Oh, I got 6 members. What the hell's the point of putting members only when you got 6 of them? No, I don't get that logic. But yeah, I was going through my I have 2 watch later lists now because apparently 5,000 is the limit. Sometimes I get it to like 4,700 and I watch videos and I'm just like I'll watch it later. But these were videos that I put on this later list like 4 years ago, never got around to it. And all of a sudden I said, let's go watch that video. And it said members only. When I click it, I can't watch it. And I'm just like, okay, well, delete. I'm taking it out my list. But I've noticed that a lot on YouTube lately. It's just like, I guess they figure they go by how many views, which would make sense. If it's a big YouTube channel and they notice they're getting a lot of traffic on one specific video and it might be 5 years ago, I understand that. I totally do. But there was one, it had 17 views on it from 6 years ago, members only. Now, if it's got 17 views on a 6-year-old video, it ain't gonna pick up that much more steam.
No,
it just isn't. Unless YouTube throws it in the viral. Treasure Woman had a few of her videos that same thing. What's that?
Or unless they get more new members, and the members can go back and watch it. But
well, yeah. I mean, Treasure Woman had a few of her videos that I had in my watch list that I was going to watch later, and it said members only. But she's got a lot of members. That makes sense. Whether she did it or not, I don't know. But it was past live streams because I go back and I support. If I can't watch it, I'll put it in my watch later list, and I'll go back and watch it. Even if it's 2 years later, I'll still watch it. Well, last week I decided, I haven't, Treasure Woman, I hadn't seen her in a while. Okay, well, I'm going to watch a couple of these old live. I'm going to let it run. Not that she needs that support because she's monetized already, but still. And I go, okay, I got like 4 or 5 of her videos in my watch later list. All 5 of them had members only on them, so I couldn't watch them. So I said, well, I'm just taking them out the watch later list. And I'm like, well, but I even asked Zanron about that. He put a few, which he's got a lot of members now. That makes sense. But I was like, yeah, I was going to go back and watch a few videos I put in my watch later list, but you had it on the members only. And he said, oh, that was a YouTube thing or something. But he's got members, so that makes more sense. If you got I would say maybe probably 20 members. Then I would say, okay, that's fine. If you got like 5 members, that's not going to make any sense. Unless all 5 members decide to watch your same video. What's the odds of that? And then, or unless for some reason, I don't even know if YouTube allows this, you tell your members to watch that video. Or you tell them has a requirement of being a member, you have to watch that video. That would have to not be allowed on YouTube. But how can you dispute it? I guarantee that YouTube is out there that do that. They have to.
The only way I would do a members only video, if I had minimum 100 members paying me monthly, like let's say like $3 a month. Yeah, I can see doing like if I get video rolls and I want to do it for members only first, yeah, I'll do something like that.
That would make sense though. Like if you're doing a video or live stream, that would make sense. But my whole thing is this is past live streams or past videos from like 4 years ago or 3 years ago that maybe aren't going to get a lot. Now, maybe those videos got a lot of traffic on them, which, okay, like, yeah, if you have members and because you can see the traffic on, apparently, YouTube's notorious for this. Now, I don't know this because I haven't been monetized, but apparently when you're monetized, you can actually see who the hell's watching your videos. It tells you what channel it is. From what I understand, a few people's told me that. And it'll tell you, oh, this channel has watched these many videos, ... They're watching this video. I have a video from 5 years ago. It's like 20 views a day from 5 years ago. It's a short. And it gets about 20 views a day, give or take. Sometimes it's 10. Because it's almost 6,000 now. And it's like a 12-second video. It ain't really anything. Or 15-second, whatever it is. It's the Mario video, and I did another Mario video and it got like 12 views. So I don't know. YouTube just took it off, whatever. It just skyrocketed. I don't know what it is. But if you have a video or even a past live stream and it's getting 200 views, 150 views a day, and it's like 3 years old, I can understand that point. I really can. Because chances are, if YouTube's recommending it to people, they're probably going to recommend it to your members. That makes sense. But once again, it's another cash grab. But it would not surprise me if YouTube is just doing it. You know how when YouTube was doing the default settings and all that crap, and it was messing up people's channels, and oh, you have to do this, 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 and this, and this. It wouldn't surprise me if when you get monetized, YouTube puts all that shit on default. And people don't realize that, and or they don't know, and they just all their videos are on members only, and they have to go in and manually, take it out. I mean, because they used to make all the videos where you had to put it on comments, no comments, and all this other crap. And if you didn't do it, it would screw your videos up.
Yeah.
And then people were saying, oh, this and that. One YouTuber made a video recently about don't put YouTube Studio on your phone, which I have YouTube Studio on my phone. And I watched this video, and he was saying the reason why is because they track you. And I'm like, well, of course they track you. It's Google. I mean, they already have your information anyway. But he was saying in this video, and I don't remember what channel it was, he was saying in this video that they can manipulate your views and shit like that. And I go, well, they do that anyway. You might have 70 views on a video. 2 days later, it's down to 45. That they always do that stuff anyway. And I commented on this video, and I'm like, huh?
I never had that happen to any of my videos.
No. Well, that's what he was saying. I think. So I commented on this guy's video. I said, YouTube has been doing this for years. This is nothing new. I have YouTube Studio app on my phone, and I do check it from time to time. It's actually, the YouTube Studio app is way easier than actually going on YouTube, because with the app, you're automatically in the thing. You don't have to hit settings and all this other crap. At least on your phone. Like, I don't know about the rest, but on my phone, I just hit YouTube Studio, and it already tells me the views. It tells me this. It tells me that. I don't have to go through YouTube, hit this. It's a shortcut, basically.
Yeah, I use it too.
Yeah, okay, well, you know what I'm talking about. Well, this guy said YouTube Studio is bad. I mean, I don't get it. But it's that channel. I'm trying to remember. It's that guy. What the hell is this channel? It's that popular guy that everybody watches. That tech channel. Something with a 6 in it. V6 or I think there's a 6 in it.
Never heard of them.
It's something like, it's not like Vizio, but it's something like, it's a channel that they do nothing but YouTube videos. They comment on how to get subscribers, what to do here, what to do with that. It's like a tech channel. But the guy put out the video, and it was like a couple of weeks ago. YouTube Studio is bad, and this is the reason why. Probably more clickbait crap, because they put those stupid things on there where it's got a F-bomb on there, or it's got a bomb blowing up. I wish I could remember the channel. But they actually had the person that made the YouTube algorithm on there one time. And he actually came out and said, I have no idea what it does. I made it, and I couldn't tell you why it does what it does. He even came out and said it. He admitted he made it. He made it broken. He don't know why it does what it does. And he's the one that made the damn thing. He wrote the software for it. So, but I'm trying to remember. I couldn't tell you the name of the channel. It's something, I think it's video, like VIDIQ or something like that. Yeah, something like that. Something video or VIDIQ or VIZIQ. Something very close to that. But it's a tech thing, and that's all they do is how to help you on YouTube. Like how to gain subscribers, how to get monetized, and a lot of this crap is bullshit, because I've called them out on it several times. I'm, basically telling you, oh, clickbait videos. Oh, clickbait is good. No, it's not. He's like, oh, clickbait is good for a while, but then after that, your numbers drop off. He's like, I can promise you how to get 60 million views in 2 days. I'm like, no, that's bullshit. Every time they did one of these videos for about a year, I would post, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I can't go on the channel anymore because they banned me because I made too many bullshit comments, apparently. But seriously, They did a video one time. It was a 25-minute video, and they made no sense until about 14 minutes in. It's basically how to get you watching this crap, which it worked because I watched it. But they're basically telling you how to get monetized within 72 hours. Like starting a brand new channel going from 0 to 4,000 watch hours. And basically they're sitting here and they're like, clickbait can be a good thing for a while. And he even admits, he goes, sometimes in my videos, I use clickbait. It does work for a short period of time. And I wrote on the video and I was like, you do realize clickbait is against TOS, right? And that's when I got banned.
Take a look at this. This is the 2004 piece. Got a die chip in the bottom portion of the small E in purchase. Die chip above the I and in the C of America.
I see one big blur. Maybe because of the glare.
Yeah,
I mean, I can tell it's a nickel. But,
yeah.
But I mean,
I can't see what it's doing.
It's sort of like the moon effect. You know how the moon with the glow?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it.
I mean, I can see it. Oh, that's the one with the hands.
Yeah. Let's see.
I mean, I can see it, but I'm not going to see it like you do it on your live streams.
I'm seeing the glare. Oh, turn some lights off.
I call it the moon effect.
Oh,
it looks like at the top there's a like a tail of a comet.
Oh,
I don't think we'll be able to get over.
Well, you got a die chip here in the C. You see where my finger's at?
Yeah, I see your finger.
There's a die chip inside that C above the I. And I don't know if you can see the die chip on the bottom of the E in purchase right there.
I can't. I can see the hands, and I can see the hands and the little.
Well, the way
I can see it a little better now.
Way the camera does on StreamYard and all that is kind of crazy. I can't turn the camera down anymore because if I do, we lose. It goes dark.
Good old StreamYards. I mean, I can see it enough, but I can make it out. But as far as seeing a die crack, no. I can see the hands and I can see the golf clubs or whatever that I call them golf clubs, but
the peace pipes and the hatchet.
I call them golf clubs. They just look like golf clubs to me. But I collect all those 2009 coins because it says Lewis and Clark, and it's got Louisiana Purchase. So I collect all that. I got about 100 of those things. But
I actually got some BU rolls of some of these nickels.
Ain't too bad.
Yeah, I just came across almost done with the stat. Oh, I put that on the wrong side. Wrong stat. That's the Beehive stat.
I think I've seen that.
Actually, I had this. Let me see. I think I had I had a massive one last night.
Yeah, I was in your stream last night, but I fell asleep. Like you only had like 3. When I got in there were only like 2 or 3 comments, and then you commented.
That's all. That's all. Sometimes I get more than that. It just depends.
But I went to type hi and I just fell asleep because I woke up later on 2, 3, 4 in the morning, whatever the hell it was, and it was like this live stream has ended. And I'm like, oh, whose live stream was I in? I couldn't even remember. I was like, whose live stream was I in? And then I had to go back. I was like, oh.
Can you see that Beehive? Right here?
That's where the glare is.
God dog it. I'm trying to get it away from the glare.
It moves a little bit, but like when you move it, the glare disappears. Then about 10 seconds later or 5 seconds later, it comes right back.
Yeah, it's this new scope. I wish I could adjust the LED. I wish I could turn off some of the LEDs versus just adjusting the how bright they are. Let me try this.
That would make more sense.
Yeah, if you can turn on some.
Yeah, my aunt gave me some coins when I went up to. Every time I go to a house, she'll give me a bag of coin, whatever it is. But she hadn't had a lot of coins because she's been using a card a lot. She used to have a lot of coins. Any like rare stuff that looked kind of weird, she would give one to her grandson. I've never met this guy. He's not I guess he's for whatever. But the last couple times I had buffalo nickels and this and that. Well, this one. There was probably only maybe 50 or 60 coins. It wasn't a whole lot, but she saves them for me. And I pulled out a buffalo nickel and 2 Wheaties.
I think
the time before that, I had a bunch of foreign coins.
I think I know I'm getting the glare.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take your word for it. I know you ain't lying. I know you telling me what it is, but I mean, it was kind of hard for me to see it.
I know I know it's causing the glare now. It's called.
Yeah,
I need to clean the case.
Doesn't want to cooperate.
Yeah, it's got a little dirty. It'll glare up like that. I got a towel right here. I'm getting ready to clean it up. Actually, this towel needs to be cleaned. Well, I know you don't like when I do the nickel date on buffalo nickels.
I'm gonna be like, no nickel-date.
Oh, sometimes you got to because there are some minor varieties that will sell even for a couple $100.
No, it's just a pet peeve of mine. Didn't I comment that one time on your video? I was like, no nickel-date. I know why you did it. I remember watching one of your videos and you were like, I'm using nickel-date, and I was like, I'm thinking in the back of my mind, no. But then I realized why. Some YouTubers I just really like to tell them, don't ruin the damn coin. But then I know why they're doing it. I get it. But in my mind, it's taking acid and ruin it. I get it shows the coin. It may some coins like it, but they mostly do it for buffalo nickels. I saw a YouTuber do it on a penny. I've never seen it done on a penny before. I don't even know if it's designed for a penny. But I saw a YouTuber, I don't know, months ago, put it on a penny. And I've never seen a penny so worn off that, oh, hell, I didn't even know you dropped off the stream. I wasn't even paying attention.
I was trying to put the camera back in the holder, but I'm not going to do it.
Oh, I'm sitting. I wasn't even looking at. I'm looking at the screen, but I'm kind of like looking around because I'm watching the TV. I didn't realize, I didn't realize that you popped off.
Let's see what it does now.
What's that now? You're not moving. Oh, now you are. You were frozen for about 10 seconds. Yeah.
It's still blurry. It's got to be this camera case.
I see the nickel, but yeah, they kind of got that glowing comet tail around it.
Yeah, it's the damn case. It does that sometimes. Let me take the back of it off. I use the case to protect the lens, so when they take photos, I take the camera. They take high quality photos. That's what it does now.
Did you make a short about it on YouTube on it?
No, not yet.
Make a video and make a short of it, and if I see it, I'll watch it.
Can you see it now? I see it. I can see it. I'm watching on the computer. I can see it on my end, but it's just the glare. If I could turn off some of these LEDs, that's blue.
I mean, I see the nickel, but as far as the die crack, I couldn't tell. Unless I do, I don't know how to. Shit, it's been a long time since I figured out how to do the box. You make all the boxes and shit around, but let me see.
That's it.
Oh wait, I can do this.
You can blow it up. Shrink
I didn't
yourself.
blow it up, but I took me off screen. Actually, that worked because now wait, I don't see a glare except in the middle of the coin. So I guess either you did something or I did something.
That's coming from I don't know where the glare is coming from. Oh, that's the glare coming from the kitchen behind me. It's coming through. Holy cow.
Well, yeah, because now I don't. Well, now I see the glare, but a minute ago I didn't see any glare.
That's it. I'm trying to counter that with the other light. Oh, the glare is coming from the monitor, my big monitor.
Oh, now I don't see the coin. Well, I see it, but I don't see much.
Now, let's see what it does now. Give it a second to adjust. Yeah. I'm trying to get it just right. Let me see if I do this.
Well, I'm not even on the screen anymore. I just made it where you're on the screen so I can see it because I can't zoom in with my fingers like I do on my phone.
Well, I can see it now on my big monitor. I'm getting the glare off the big monitor because of the white background. That's where the glare is coming from. Yeah. If I put my hand around the scope, it knocks it down a little bit. But it's a huge it's a huge beehive going almost from the top of the building to the base of the steps right there on that East Breezeway. That was one of the last coins I pulled out of the roll last night. So that's a massive. I learned from Chuck Daughtery. He's going to release the New Couple Coins website, and he was experimenting using ChatGPT. If he entered the diameter and of the coin, it can actually figure out how long a die crack is or how long a beehive is. It'll tell you exactly how long it is, how wide it is by millimeters. So that's my next step, is get a website set up. But see, I got enough light. I need to finish up this roll. But I don't think I'm going to get any silver. So I went from box 10 to box 17 when I finally got a silver in that one. Box 18 gave me 2 silvers.
That ain't too bad.
So this looks like I'm going to be short again on here.
I like when them people like to put freaking dime. They that lazy and they want to put dimes in penny rolls. That's actually losing money, but I guess they figure, But the whole thing is, a lot of people aren't going to count that. If I'm short a penny or two, I'm not putting anything in it to replace it. I'm just leaving it like it is, unless you're actually putting it account thing. Because if you're cashing it in a bank, I don't think they're going to sit there and weigh every single roll. If it's got 48 cents in it, they're probably going to give you 50 cents anyway.
Well, Dirty Waters picked up about 7 days ago a bunch of various Chrism row change, and 5 of the rows or 6 of the rows had dime enders, but were stuffed with pennies.
Was it a dime roll or a penny roll?
Yeah, it was a dime roll.
Oh, well, that's cheating then.
Oh, yeah, he's not a happy camper. And right now, I told him, don't hunt it. Wait till the bank figure out who the hell brought it in. They can go after them and get their money back because they're short. I mean, it's not fair to him. Now, my bank, if I'm short, if I find 2 or 3 quarters short, I tell them. Because I'll sit there, I count it out. If I find it short, I take a picture. I show them the picture.
I'm sure some banks can. I haven't done any business with a bank in probably 10 years. but I used to go in Hibernia and Capital One all the time. I just never thought of getting rolls or buying rolls or this and that. And I went up in there with managers already and asked for rolls to get change for the, like when I worked at Wendy's years ago, to get change for that. But I always found like when I worked at Wendy's through the drive-through, that's the best place to get old change because you know they desperate, they want food. Same thing with you know places to get cigarettes. They'll break open old sets and stuff. And one time I went up in it was called Grumpy's, and then they changed it to Ray's, and now it's called something else now. Not Grumpy, but I think it's more like Angry or something, or Hangry's or something. So they changed the name again. They must have sold it. And one time I went up in there, and I asked the guy behind the counter, he was a cashier, and I said, yeah, you just happen to, because they do the penny roll, take a penny, this, that, nickel. And I said, yeah, you happen to have any weird change, odd change in there? And he goes, here, and he pulls out the register, and there's about, I don't know, 8 or 9 Standing Liberty quarters in there, and there's like, he goes, I don't know what this is. And we're talking, and I said, oh, can I buy that from you? Soon as I said that, the fucking owner came out, and he's like, nope. He's like, get out of my store. And I'm like, seriously, nope. He told the cashier, nope, don't ever give my, and I was like, yeah, but I was going to buy them. I was going to give them like a couple of dollars for it because I know what those quarters, I never got to see them, but I know they were Standing Liberty quarters. And I know they had a few 50-cent pieces in there that didn't look like Kennedy's. It looked more like Franklin's in there. Because, like I said, with the convenience stores, people are desperate. They'll steal coins from whatever. They'll inheritances just to get cigarettes. When I was at CVS, 2:00 in the morning, they come in to buy booze. You'd be surprised how many old coins came my way from packs of cigarettes. I mean, that's how I got. One guy came in. He was so desperate. He had a bunch of baseball cards, binders, and shit in his truck. And he's like, man, I need some cigarettes. He goes, you know anybody that'll buy these? And I'm looking at the thing. And I'm like, yeah, I'll buy them. Shit. He wanted like $60 for them. I said, I got $20 right here. That's all I had was $20. I got $20 right here. So that's enough for your cigarettes. There was nothing really valuable in it. There was a few rookie cards and stuff, but overall, it was a bunch of like junk wax, 86, 87 tops. They did have a Wade Boggs rookie card in there, but this was a smoker, and a lot of the cards, the binder was all sticky and smoky. And I mean, most of the cards I threw away because they were sticky, and the pages were sticky, and I had to throw them away because it was yucky. The guy had his own card in there from when he was in Little League. I threw that out because I never saw the guy again. But I gave him $20 for the binder, and he had a shoebox, and the shoebox had the Wade Boggs card in there, and that's a rookie card. And that card's usually about, I don't know, it's at least $20 in mint condition, probably more because Wade Boggs. Everybody knows Wade Boggs. But this card's so beat up, it was probably a few dollars. So, I mean, all the cards, the binder I cleaned up, and I still have the binder. I wiped it down. I sprayed chemicals on it, wiped it down, let it sit out so that I don't have the smoky smell anymore. The pages I had to throw away because they were all sticky, had green shit on them. I don't know. But, I mean, I got the binder. Some of the cards, probably about 20 or 30% of the cards I saved. I mean, did I make any money off of it? Probably not. But you never know. I mean, there was a Ray Lewis rookie card in mint condition. That was worth like $10 at the time. So I probably made, I don't know, I probably made a few dollars maybe, but still, I was just like, here you go. So I gave him the $20. I got the binders of cards. All right, well, okay, fine. But there was, a couple of times where people would come in for smokes and they drop down 6 or 7 silver quarters on my ass, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, all right. Didn't happen a lot. I mean, of course, they probably don't do it at CVS. They probably go more grangy, places. if it was like a quick stop or something, they probably get those like crazy because it's right there in the neighborhood. But there were 2 or 3 times where I remember one guy paid me in silver quarters for a pack of cigarettes, and I was like, "All right, cool." Because I got them somewhere in a box or something. When I moved, I don't know what I did with them. I put them in a box or something. But I also remember like when I worked at Wendy's, like this guy, he was dying of cancer, and I would talk to him. He'd come through the drive-thru. I'd talk to him for a minute. Sometimes I'd see him outside or something. I'd talk to him. And I told him I was a coin collector. And he's like, well, I'm dying of cancer. And he said he only had like 6 months. And he's like, I don't want to give it to my son and my daughter. They're going to spend it. The grandkids will probably spend it. They don't want anything to do with it. He goes, I'd rather give it to someone who is interested. But I never really got a lot of the big stuff, but he would buy a junior bacon cheeseburger, which back then was like $1. A double stack was $1.99. Now it's like $6. But he would come to the drive-thru and buy a couple of biggie double stacks or a single, and that was like I think $2 back then. And he would he'd pay me in rolls, and he wouldn't tell me. He goes, here's something in there for you, and I'd open it up and be a roll of Buffalo nickels or Mercury dimes, or a couple of times he gave me a roll of like wheat pennies. It wasn't anything. He didn't have anything valuable. Like the gold and the silver, obviously he was gonna cash in and use it for this or that, but like just certain things he collected over the years. And he did this 3 or 4 times. And then I never saw him again. So I guess apparently he must have passed away. But yeah, he would do that. He would just a couple of rolls of Buffalo nickels. Okay, cool. Hey, thanks. Appreciate whatever. And then I would take the rolls out, and I'd take $2 out of my pocket or whatever it was. I put it in the till. Because this Wendy's I worked at, there was literally just enough space to stand. On the other side was the window of the office, but they had a glare where you couldn't see from that side. And I had the refrigerator behind me. And there were no cameras. This was a blind spot. But even then, my managers knew I did it because I would ask them, and they were cool with it. As long as my till was perfect, they didn't give a shit. So I always opened up the rolls, and I would check for change. I'd find so much. Probably half of my collection is from Wendy's when I worked there. I would get so much change. Remember, I'd walk home with like $7 of change, old change. I would always carry money in my pocket to switch it. One time, the boss's son was like, well, you can't do that. And I'm like, screw you, dude. I've been doing it for 2 years. Screw you. And he's like, well, I'm going to fire you. I said, well, I'll call up your daddy. Daddy said I can do it. So I called up his daddy. His daddy told him, yeah, I gave him permission to do that. He's like, he doesn't steal. But his son was being an ass to him. He never did like me. He later became like the general manager of the Wendy's and stuff. Even after he sold the Wendy's, he's still general manager of all the 7 of the Wendy's that he used to own. Because that when the guy sold it, he sold it on the provision that his son remains in charge, like the general manager, but he's still the boss. God. So he said, okay. Yeah, so 20 years later, this guy still is in charge of 7 Wendy's. So, because this dude was only 16 at the time. This was like 2005. This little bastard would come he was the manager, but he would try to actually tell me shit. And I said, dude, no, I got about 10, 11 years on your ass. I said, you're not going to tell me anything. You're not going to tell me shit. But,
one of the guys, he sometimes buys from me and I buy from him or whatnot. His wife is at the end, basically. So he finds his last show till she goes. Well, a couple of years ago, his brother, who's a police officer, was out on patrol and got shot 5 times. Okay?
Yikes.
Yeah. And what happened was the guy went to go shoot him one more time, execution style. So put the gun onto the forehead. Well, he had enough strength to move right at the last second, which caused the guy to miss, but allowed the other cops to shoot him and kill him. Well, he went and had made some coins up. I got something sticky. Dang, I hate rubber bands. They get sticky and on my desk mounted camera. Shit,
I hate them bastards too.
So he had a few left over. It cost him a pretty penny to get made. So I bought one from him where he gave him to his brother to get to those who saved his butt at the hospital. He was in surgery for like 12 hours. That's how badly damaged he was from the gunshots. But he's
they'll eat a hole through him.
So they drilled it. They drilled that dude pretty good. I can tell you that much. I think he got hit 15 times. He pulled the trigger 6 times. But yeah, the cop got shot 5 times, and they shot the dude that shot him about 15 times.
He must have had a 22 or 357 or something to get through that damn. He must have had one of those cop killer bullets.
Yeah, because it went right through the vest.
Might have been a 44. Yeah, there's certain bullets. I can't remember now. When I worked at Academy, I used to do like I didn't do behind the guns, but when I did I was in team sports, and then when I switched to maintenance, I would go behind the I had 2 or 3 trash cans, so I'd have to go behind the thing, but I wasn't allowed to touch anything. But the people would always tell me this is, and there was one Academy sold specifically, and they call the term is cop killer. That's what they call those bullets. And one of them, I want to say it's a 44 modified. Academy used to sell them things, and then right after they had those shootings, about 6 or 7 years ago,
here in Baton
Academy stopped selling.
That's 10 years ago coming up.
Oh, 10. Yeah, they stopped selling a lot of those.
Actually, it's 10 years ago, just the other day.
I haven't been in Academy since 2013, but yeah, I remember they said they would stop selling a lot of those bullets. They were selling those bullets, the 44s and the 225 bullets, and they were selling a lot of those. But there are certain bullets that's what they're nicknamed, cop killer, because they're modified, but they're designed to go through those Kevlar vests.
Yeah.
People do buy them. They're like military grade. Yeah. I mean, no amount of, you'd have to wear 5 or 6 of them damn vests. But I believe if you shoot at an officer, even if you miss, it should be treated as life in prison. Now, if you hit an officer and you wound them fatally, death row automatically. That's just me. I mean, but they should treat it like if you're shooting the president. You shoot the president, you're in jail for life. You don't get out unless you're John Hinckley. I mean, that's different. But that's right. I mean, I've been watching the live PD thing. I like to watch those. That's why I've been having it on the last 3-4 hours. Live PD used to film in my town. Yeah, so because I'd seen them one time. I was coming home from work and I seen all the cameras, and I was like, "Oh, drug bust!" Because right down the street where I worked at, they had the old City Ice House, not to be confused with the Old City Ice House that Morgus was in, but they converted. It's like a restaurant and stuff. Well, they got over $3 million of drugs one night from that place. And I was getting off of work, and I seen all these cop cars and cameras and shit, and I couldn't figure out. I'm like, the hell? And I found out like 6 months later that was the live PD cameras following them, going, because that's the route they had to take to get to that place. And they busted. This was like 9:30 at night, and they busted. They arrested something like 32 people connection in it because the place was closed, but they went in the back and they had people. They arrested 32 people that night and over 200 people total in the sting because they let it. They arrested them and then they never got the owner. I don't think they ever did get the owner, but they would let it open. They got it. It closed down, and it's open now. But this was I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago. It made national news only because of the amount. Like, it was staggering. I think it was the most ever found in Louisiana. They said it was well over $3 million. Well over. Just that one part. Just that one bust. But it probably could have been more than that, honestly. It probably could have been like, it might as well have been 100 million. They found so much shit. Because out here, they like to post it on their social media platforms. We found all of this drugs. Okay, that's nice. They'll sit there and line it up with the cash and everything. This is what we're doing to protect you. I'm like, nah, give me the cash. You know. But a lot of that shit goes missing. So-called missing, you know, the evidence room gets raided.
Yeah.
Oh, we need this for evidence. And then it goes back out on the street. And guess what? Another cop will get the same. That's why I personally think that when they bust somebody, it's the same cocaine or heroin that they pulled out the evidence room. It's just, okay, let's go get them. Let's go get them. Let's go get them. It's the same shit.
Huh? Yeah, I don't know about that.
Could be. That's one of the conspiracies out there. It's like, it could be that. I know they're always making that stuff, but you just think about it. It's in continuous use. It's like when they make Tootsie Rolls. They never change the batter. So it's always from the first day they made Tootsie Rolls, there's always a little piece of batter. Never change the batter. They just make another batter over the old batter and just keep doing it. Same thing they do with that. It's like, well, we got this Coke from like 1932. Let's mix it with the new Coke and you know, that's why when Coca-Cola changed the formula in 1985 and made it new Coke, people freaked out. People freaked out.
It was horrible.
Well, I wasn't. I mean, I was around, but I was still young enough. But I've seen videos. People freaked out. This isn't my Coke. What's the matter? Yeah, you know why? I think because they took the remaining traces of cocaine out of that damn thing. That's what I think. Not that they really have any, but they took something out and people started freaking out. It's like drug addicts.
They changed the whole formula up. They used artificial sweetener as the main ingredient for Coca-Cola. So
that shit causes cancer too.
Well, they instead of going back to sugar like they used to, they went back to the syrup, corn syrup, to sweeten it up, and it's actually worse for you than regular sugar is. Oh, listen to this. A buddy of mine, a couple years ago, he built his own Ghostbusters car. He got involved with the Ghostbusters of Louisiana. And they got groups stationed all over. And they used Ghostbuster cars to help raise money for autism. Well, the original organizers decided back in June to display on the Facebook page the pride colors. Well, they weren't supposed to make any changes to the Facebook page without approval from all the people, like the vice president, which my friend just stepped down from, and the secretary, the treasurer, and all that. So he posted today that he's stepping down. He's disassociating himself from that group because, you know, that type of lifestyle is not right in the eyes of God. That's the way we were raised as Catholic, even though he's been going to Baptist church. He just doesn't believe it's right for the rainbow to be used for something that it's not supposed to be used for. So,
well, they like to shove that down people. I don't care what people do. That's their personal business. But when
Don't shove it down
You
my
gotta
throat.
screw it. Yeah, it's like when you gotta screw with stuff like that. It's like, in the French Quarter, I forgot on what street, because they do the prod thing in the French Quarter, and there's one specific street where there's a circle, and they call it the prod circle, right in the middle of the French Quarter. I forget, it might be on Rampart or something. Right in the middle of the intersection. They got the rainbow and this and that, and I'm just like, why they gotta do this stuff? It's like, it's just, they can do what they want, but don't graffiti, don't do this, don't do that. It's just,
I
mean, where I work at, they got one of those things. They got one of those he-she kind of types where I work at, and I can never figure out what the hell it is. But I do know this. And I kind of pointed this out once or twice. One day this person will go in the women's restroom, and one day they'll go in the men's restroom. And I'm trying to, apparently this is a guy, or that's what I've been told. But I don't know. I'm just like, wait a minute. But like I said, I don't know. I just know because I have to go clean the restrooms. And I make sure nobody's in the restroom. So I got to go knock on the door. Hey, so-and-so. One time I was like, knock, knock, knock. Hey, is anybody in there? And I heard a voice and I'm like, that sounds like a guy's voice. Why are they in the women's restroom? I walk out and it's that person. And I can't say anything because if I do, I probably lose my job and lawsuits and blah, 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 blah. But it clearly says women. But apparently this person is allowed to go in any bathroom they want. I guess. I don't know.
There are some states that are passing laws against that now. You have to go into the bathroom that you were born with the gender you was born with.
I'm pretty sure this person's a guy. I mean, I could be wrong. I think someone did say it was a woman, but I've seen this person go in both restrooms already. So, I mean, you can't be both. Even if you got both parts, figure out which one you're gonna be.
I came across a video either in March or April. It was at a school board meeting in another state, and it was about this issue about men going to the women's restroom.
Mm-hmm.
So what they did, all the girls that were in that restroom organized. Basically, what they did, they wore about 12 layers of clothes. And what they did, when this father went there and started talking to protest that, the girls started taking off their clothing. And finally, the father said, why you want to stop them? This is what they got to deal with when men go into the girls' dressing room at school. So they finally got the girls to stop, and they passed a rule for that school district. Men cannot go into the women's restroom. They don't care how you identify yourself. So
obviously that's self-explanatory. I don't really understand why they got to pass a rule. That's obvious. Men aren't supposed to go in women's restrooms. That's just the rule.
Now, she don't watch YouTube so I can say this. I got a friend whose son wants to be a girl, but likes girls.
Oh, just watch your words on that because YouTube's been cutting down on that stuff lately.
I know. I'm just saying. And
no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
It's like, what? But I'm not going to argue with her. I already told her how I feel about it. I said, I like you as a friend, but I disagree with you on this. And I said, this is how it works because you can't change genetics. And I cut it off right there and I walked away.
Well, I don't get why they do that stuff either. I have no idea. They said, I was supposed to be born that way. Well, I don't know. I mean, unless you were like reincarnated or something, which I don't know, but
it's bad enough. When sometimes I go to Little Wars on Sundays, these kids are dressed up as cats and tigers and all that. Like, oh God!
I heard already one time when I was working at Rec Room, the shoe place. And I've seen this person before and since. But one of the managers told me one of the schools, it might even been in the parish I've been into, a couple of years ago, they put litter boxes in the restrooms and put a thing on there in the restroom with a picture of a kitty cat because they had a couple of students that identified themselves as cats. Yeah. And they would go in the restroom and do their business like a cat. And I'm thinking, and I thought she was kidding. And she said, no, it's a real thing. And she showed me the picture outside of the restroom. And I went, okay, then. That's interesting. But I also used to have this guy, and he would come in with his mom. And I really never thought that he was special, but he claimed he was, but he would have a conversation with me. And the mom was real nice. I never really said anything about it because they were in there a lot. They bought stuff. And the mom was cool, and I talked to her. But she would come in with her son. Her son's 6'6". And this is how he dressed. Now, he's got a beard and a mustache. Always in a fairy godmother costume with a wand. Always pink. Always pink heels. All pink. Now, she had told me that one of those stories like, oh, he was supposed to be a woman and something got mixed up. I don't know. Anyway. But he never claims he's a woman. He's just one of those where he likes to cross-dress, basically. And he talks to you in a man's voice, and he acts like a man. But he dresses like a woman. And he always wore the same thing with the wand and the heels and a pink dress. He looked like a fairy godmother. It's a tooth fairy, basically. And, people would give him stares, and, she'd be like, well, that's my son. That's what he wants to do. Because I kind of pulled it to the side, and I was like, I didn't want to say the T word. Not T word as that, but more like transitioning. That's what I was thinking, right? And she's like, oh, no, it's something different. And I'm like, okay, but we never really got into it. But there was a few times I didn't like this guy for a reason because he might have been special because he always liked to argue with me. And it wasn't even about that. Sometimes he would try to argue with me about that. And I wouldn't even bring that up. But he'd pay for shoes, and he'd be like, well, this was $49.99 at the other one. It's why you charged me $52. And I'm like, okay, well, you got to explain. I'm like, sales tax. Like I was telling Cajun earlier. You bought those in Mississippi. Louisiana's got a different sales tax. You're going to pay more money in Louisiana. The place that I worked at is actually 1.2% higher because it's a town center, and they got a 30-year bond. They had to pay it off. So the interest is actually higher. So the state tax at the time was like 9.75 at the town center / they don't call it mall, it's mall. It was 10.75. So he's getting pissed. He's got to pay extra money, blah, 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 blah. He would always argue with me. And the mom would be like, I forgot his name. She would say, hush, just pay the man. And then he would always go, it's because of my way I dress, isn't it? Well, a lot of people dress like this. And I'm thinking, yeah, okay. But I never made a comment because I know if I made a comment, I would have got fired. But it's okay for him to yell at me and tell me shit. He's like, well, I don't like the shirt you're wearing. I'm like, that's fine. That's your opinion. But if I was to say I don't like what he's wearing or something like that, I'd get fired. And he used to come in there almost every day. Plus, he spent a lot of money there so that my boss would be really pissed if we lost this guy. But I don't think he worked. I think he was on disability or something. But he was always buying, every other day, he was coming in buying brand new pairs of $50, $60, $100 worth of shoes. Every day. But I never seen him wear the shoes. He was always wearing pink heels. So I asked him one day, what are you doing with the shoes? He goes, oh, I like to collect shoes. He would just buy them and put them on the shelf.
There are people that do that.
Yeah, but we didn't sell anything big. People would come in and they would want the Nike. I can't remember the name of the shoe now, but it's really popular. The ones at $300-$400 a pair of shoes, and we never sold those. I'd be like, no, this is a family store. We don't sell the high priced. the highest price shoes were like the dress shoes, 129, 159, whatever. They would sell some limited edition Nikes. I think they called them the Kicks or something, but we never sold those 300, 400, 500 pair of Nike shoes. You have to go to a Nike shoe place. But yeah, he always came in. Sometimes his mom bought them. But nah, I think Mud Swat, I think this guy was dropped on his head. And to call him a guy is very loosely. And I'd seen him a few times since I left that place out in public. I mean, it's kind of hard to miss a 6'6" guy dressed as a fairy godmother. It just really is.
I agree.
With a wand and everything. Like, it's just, and the thing is, at least make an effort. I mean, he didn't even shave his legs, didn't shave his beard. I mean, if you're going to do that, at least make an effort to kind of look like it. But I guess that was just his thing. He liked to cross dress. I mean, I mean, I don't know if he was trying to transition. I never did ask him. Maybe he was a cross dresser. I don't know. The mom was real cool. I never had a problem with her. She was cool. We would talk. But I don't care. If they want to dress like a dog, that's fine. I don't care. But that, I don't know. But, but this guy was just like, he was a total ass. Like this is what he would do. Somebody, he'd scream in the store, "Why are you looking at me? It's perfectly normal to do this." And walk out. And I go, "Don't mind him, folks. He's a little wacko. He's crazy." It's like, yeah, it's just normal for guys to look like a fairy godmother. And yeah, it's perfectly normal. The only person I ever seen that did it since then. But
do you remember?
I don't know. Huh?
Do you remember the TV show Boozing Buddies?
Yeah, Peter Scolari, Tom Hanks. I don't agree with Tom Hanks on his views right now, but
who does?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they dressed up. Yeah, they dressed up as women to get to rent the apartment.
I thought that was actually pretty funny, but now I think that's where a lot of stuff started from, is from that TV show.
Well, Milton Berle used to do the dress in drag in the 40s and 50s, but I mean, people say, "Oh, if you watch TV, that influences you." Well, maybe, but you'd have to be pretty dumb to be like, "Oh, I'm going to dress." I see guys wearing dresses. I should do that. It's like, no. I mean, if it's comedy, yeah, I get that. I totally get. I understand it. But I mean, who am I to say if a guy wants to wear a dress? Hey, that's what they want to do. It doesn't offend me. But the whole, I was this and this and this. Yeah, that's different. But hey, as long as they're not bothering me, I don't care. But this guy kept having attitudes with me, and I not even once said anything to this guy about how he dresses or nothing. He would just come out, "It's okay to dress like this." And I'm just like, okay, that's fine with me. He'd turn around because his mom was always with him. So I think he was special needs. But he would just turn around and just start arguing with anybody. "Why are you looking at me? This is perfectly normal." Every time he came in, that's what he did. And I forgot the guy's name, but I never, out of respect for his mother, because she was real cool with me, I never said anything. But there was one of these times where I was going to jump over the counter and kick somebody's ass because he was throwing some F words at me, and I don't take too kindly to that. And plus I think he was I think he had like some kind of special needs thing. I mean, I want to say he had Tourette's syndrome, but I don't know. He had something. He wasn't normal anyway in the sense of how he dressed. But his personality wasn't normal. Maybe he got into a car accident. I don't know. But like I said, his mom was always there kind of helping him out. And he didn't really have any sense of direction. And plus, not only did he come in wearing what he was wearing and everything like that with the gown and it was usually the same one. Although one time he wore a blue one like Cinderella, but usually it was the pink one with the wand and everything. There was a few times where he came in with that and he was walking with a walker. And I'm like, because I think he had surgery or something like that. So just imagine that bent over in public, wearing that outfit that usually women wear. And if you can only imagine what women wear when they bend over, sometimes you see things. Just imagine a guy doing that, bent over with a walker. You'll see things that I don't want to see. We'll just leave it at that. And I'm just like, oh, okay. But every time he came in, I had to deal with him because I was the head cashier. And the managers would go in the back. So I'm just like, alrighty. But like I said, he always came in with his mother, and his mother was real nice. She was like in her 80s. She was a real nice lady. He looked like he was maybe in his 30s or 40s. So she probably had him in the 40s. And usually when women have kids in their 40s and 50s, I don't think you're supposed to have kids that late in life, and it screws you in the head. I mean, my aunt had my cousin when she was 43, and this kid is screwed in the head. Completely screwed, my cousin. I mean, he's not like anything like that, but he's just kind of like he's paranoid and takes all kinds of drugs, and he thinks he's just, I don't know. He sees things. I'm just like, there's got to be a connection with that. But can't prove it, but there's got to be.
Well, let's see. I ended up with a 1 nickel from the 38s, 344, 1940, 41. Oh, I missed this one. I'll go there. Let's see. 46, 47, 2 from 47, 48, 49, 51, 53, 54, 57, 58. And at least you got one from each of the 60s. What I'm doing, I'm trying to build up to these dates. I don't know why, but that's what I'm doing.
You ever find the 50D?
Not row hunting. I've bought a few. I've got one in change before.
Oh. I'm hoping to find one of those.
I bought one from Blue. Actually, I got two. I bought from the from KM Collectibles. I need to list them on in my bin or whatnot. Yeah, one for 15 and one for 5, and I bought both of them.
Ain't that bad for those prices, yeah.
No, actually, the one that's on circulation is probably more like a $40, $50 coin instead of 15. That one's somewhat circulated, so you're looking at maybe between $5 and $10.
That ain't too bad.
No.
Oh, I'm so glad they decided to blur out this camera here. What I'm watching. They're arresting somebody, and this guy's on the ground, and he's got a pot stomach, and his pants are falling down. And apparently there's no underwear or something, and they were blurring it out. They blurring out his fat, fat butt. And I'm just like, thank you for the blur.
My friend Eddie Kay works for BRPD, and he's stationed in the Scotlandville area. And he was actually chasing a dude, and his pants fell, and that's how they caught him.
I've seen that on these shows already. They don't wear. They picking up that thing. They're like, hey, that's the I call it God's assist. All of a sudden you're running, and God says, "No, you're gonna get stopped. Pants down."
Some dude that came up with a song called "You Look Like a Fool with Your Pants on the Ground." And that's how they caught this dude. The guy was actually strung out pretty high on some heroin, and he was also trying to sell it. And that's how they caught him. He tried to get up, and Eddie K tackled him. Eddie K's a year younger than me, and he played football for Glen Oaks High. He was a walk-on at LSU. He's played the part of when they the opposite team. They practice for the game. He did that. He did that kind of stuff.
What year was this that he was on the team?
In the 80s when the Archer was a coach.
Oh, okay. He was only a coach for 87 to 80, 86 to 89, I think.
Yeah.
It's only 3 or 4 years.
My brother-in-law played for LSU also. They played together. He was the punter for LSU. He had probably get 1 year on a scholarship. But he still has Renee still has the longest hang time in Tiger Stadium on a punt.
That's kind of hard to do with the damn wind.
It's about 3.28 seconds.
For a punt?
Yep. He got him. He was got to get up that high. When he's trying out,
3.28. Are you sure it's not like 5.28? Because 3.28 is not a lot of hang time.
Oh no, I don't remember. I don't have the book. Mom and Dad lost the book with the.
It's probably closer to 5.2, more than likely. Because NFL kickers do like 4 or 5 easily. Ray Guy used to hang them things up 6, 7, 8. That's why they had started clocking hang time. Ray Guy used to kick them suckers. Like, he used to come to the Superdome and hit the damn top of the gondola in the Superdome. He'd aim for it as a personal challenge. He hit that damn thing so many times. He hit it in the Pro Bowl. That's why they moved the gondola up. I think they got rid of that whole thing. The gondola in the Superdome. That old, if you watch the old like Saints game or Sugar Bowl, you see that damn contraption up there. I think it might still be there, but they raised it. They raised it so high because Ray Guy would actually kick the punt. And then they called it dead where it was. And he would kick, he'd aim for that damn thing. Oh, it's 300. They told him, you can't hit that. Watch this. Boom. And he'd hit that damn thing every time. He did it like 4 times in one game. And they said, nope, we're going to raise that sucker. They called it the Ray Guy rule. But that's what he was known for. That's why they started clocking hang time. Because he was kicking them things 5, 6, 7 seconds in the air easily. But he started off as a kicker. Because he was at Southern Miss and then he started punting. That's why Al Davis had a thing for punters and kickers. That's why he drafted a punter in the first round and a kicker in the first round in 2000. Shane Leckler and Janikowski. He just had a thing for hang time, for punters and shit. But, I mean, that's why he drafted what's his name? He was a quarterback, but then he was a punter. Yeah.
Let's see.
But when I was at Goodwill last year, what were we saying? Go ahead.
Brad Wing broke Renee's record with a hang time of anywhere between 4.5 to 5.0 seconds. So Renee had it up until 2013.
Oh yeah, Brad Wing. Yeah, he was a good punter.
Yeah. That's the dude that remember that touchdown got called back on it.
Oh yeah. That was bullshit. That was that Florida Gators game.
Yep.
That was bullshit. That I know that play. That was bullshit. That was a touchdown. Oh, illegal forward pass, my ass. I'm like, how can you illegal forward kick pass it when he's on the ground and obviously went backwards? It's because he ran past the line of scrimmage when he flipped it. If he would have stayed where he was at, it would have been fine. But he went too far past the line, and it's supposed to go by where the ball is, but Apparently, they decided, well, he's past the line of scrimmage. That's going to be legal forward pass. You know. But they had ran that play several times. That was the thing about Les Miles. He's always running that play. He ran that play several times, and it worked several times, too. It always worked against Florida. Florida, every time we played the Gators, fake field goal. All right, shit, let's go. But when I was at Goodwill, you remember Marquise Hill?
Maybe.
He was, I think he played defensive end, tackle. He died, and he was drafted by the Patriots. He died, I think, in 2007. He died. He was in Lake Pontchartrain. He was in Lake Pontchartrain jet skiing, and he drowned.
Oh, yeah. I remember him.
Well, his mom, I know his mom because his mom comes up in a Goodwill, Miss Sherry, and I talked to her several times, and she's writing a book. And this was I haven't seen it since last year when I got fired, obviously, but she gave me the book. Like, she had 2 or 3 books, and she gave me one. And I don't know where it is. It's somewhere in my room. And it's a book on what, all the stuff and this and that. And it was supposed to, some of the profits were going to his charity or something like that. But she also is supposed to, they were making a movie about it. And she was telling me, I got her phone number. I have to call her up because she was saying she was in the process of getting a script. Like, they were going to write a screenplay and make a movie on it. And she's like, you want to be in a movie? I'll put you in a movie. You sit in the stands, be an extra. It could be, whatever. And I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. She goes, I'll pay you for it and everything if I get some money off of it. But I hadn't heard anything about it. But I'm going to have to call her one of these days and ask her. But I know the book deal went through, but she's supposed to have the movie rights. They were, the life story and this and that. But yeah, she came in Goodwill like every day and bought stuff, and some stuff she got for her. Other people, she was donating it. But she would spend about almost $100 almost every time she came in. And I'm like, I didn't know who she was at first, but then we were talking, and she told me, Marquise Hill. I said, yeah. I was like, yeah, he drowned, didn't he? And she's like, well, yeah. And she goes, yeah, that was my son. And I was like, oh, wow, okay. Because she showed me a lot of memorabilia and stuff, and she gave me one of his things from LSU that's autographed. I just don't know where I put the damn thing. And I never made a YouTube video about it either. I don't know why. I usually do about everything, but she gave me this kind of not a handkerchief, kind of like something with it, but it had his signature on it. But I don't know if it was like an auto pen or what. It looked like it, but how they do those mass things. But she's got a lot of, huh?
Now I remember I was telling you about the Nicodate, and I remember before we got sidetracked.
That was you. You went on a different topic.
I know. I got sidetracked pretty easy. Last Friday, I went to the coin shop on Sherwood because they were sending coins in for grading every so often. Okay?
Yeah.
So I brought to them my 1865 3-cent nickel with a 180-degree die rotation error on it. Okay? Well, a buddy of mine from work, Kent, he brought me a bunch of coins. I did a video, and there was a Cheerios penny in there, so I brought that. So that ought to get graded for him. He'll pay me back. Well, I gotta pay. He'll pay me back for it. Well, while I was in there, some lady handed me 5, horrible looking B nickels, and one had a partial date, 19 something. So I went ahead and decided to go ahead and liquidate them. I had 1890, 1891, and 1910. I think that was a 1905 and a 1912 D. had to liquidate the reverse when I saw that 12. So I knew where the mint mark was, and there was a D there, which is the 5th rarest. It's a semi-key for those nickels. So I got those sitting up here. So I did a video on that. I don't know if you saw that.
I saw that or something. I think I did. No, I saw the video where you something about the 2009 Cheerios penny. I think didn't you make a video about that?
The 2000, yeah. That's the 2000.
I think I saw that. I don't think I saw that other. I'm gonna have to go check it out. But I was having a conversation with my mom the other day about, she found those 44 things, and I was like, yeah, do me a favor. You ever see a V nickel? I showed her a V nickel. She said, yeah. You ever see one of these that says 1913? Please let me know. And she's like, why? And I said, well, there's only 6 of them in the world, and we're a millionaire if you got one. They wasn't supposed to make those things. You know that, though.
Yeah, they only made 6. They don't even list on PCGS's website. They won't even list them. Or did you say they won't?
They probably list them as counterfeit if they did. But
I finally got some of these 61s. I finally had to split them up into 2 tubes. What I was doing, as I got the 61s, I was just putting them in 1 tube. Now I got to split them up for D and the Philadelphia Mint version. I had to do the 1960s. A lot of people will buy, the first Jefferson nickel book, but when they go roll hunting, they won't keep the 60 and 61. But guess what's in the first book? 1960, 1961.
I'm pretty sure the book I have goes from. Let me see. I can get up and look at it. Ugh. Oh no, because I have to move my antenna. I don't want to move my antenna.
Oh God, don't do that.
I got my antenna rigged in just a certain way to pick up Fox. It's a really weird way. Yeah, I got it sitting on my laptop, which my laptop is on top of my coins. I can put it back, but I'm pretty sure the Littleton book that I have, I'm pretty sure it starts at, I want to say it starts at 38 and ends around 61 or 62, I think. If I remember right, I think that's what it ends at. But I have that book almost full. I think the only coins I don't have that, obviously I don't have the 50D. I'm pretty sure I don't have that one, but yeah, it's funny. I can only pick up Fox if I put that thing, my antenna, if I put it I usually keep it on my TV, but I can only pick that thing up like in the middle of the air, because when I was trying to watch the World Cup last week, I'm like, I'm going to have to bolt this thing somewhere, but I mean, I plan on moving by the end of the year anyway, or at least by January. I was going to anyway, but my landlord wants to retire, so he's starting to sell off his properties. So he wanted me to buy the house. I'm like, no, I don't think so. Like, there's just a lot of shit wrong with it. It's in a flood area, number one, because when it rains, even with the drainage out here, it's to my door every time. I didn't have that problem at the old house because I was further back and it was more on a hill. This one, it's kind of like the bowl effect, because the water from my neighbor's house runs down the drain and it's settled right in my yard. It gets right up to my back door. The front door, I got some space. It won't get to the front door, but the back door, it goes right up to the back door. And it's so low that, like, last couple of weeks ago when they had that shit, even though I got those bags, it gets right to I made a video on it. I don't know if you saw it on YouTube.
I saw it.
Right. Okay, it was worse a few minutes after I did that. It goes, they had that little drain thing. It floods the whole yard. And my landlord's got the audacity to sit here and tell me, oh yeah, it's great, this and that. And when I signed the lease, it said, "Oh no, it's not an area flood zone." And I'm like, "Yeah, okay." He lied about so much shit. Oh, it's in a great neighborhood. Not really. Not really.
Yeah, dog.
I got neighbor across the street sells dope. Down a couple street, next street over, they sell dope. Neighbor on the side of me sells. I don't know what the hell. He don't work. He sells something out of his house because there's always people there. Probably dope. I'm just like, I like this house, but he wanted me to buy this house for $175,000. I laughed. I said, no, I will be moving soon. I said, if I'm gonna pay $175,000 for a house, it ain't gonna be in this neighborhood. I'll go buy my old house back. I was gonna buy my old house for $49,000. So my landlord decided to screw me over and sell it for $1,000 more. So, and that was run down. You know, huh?
I'm trying to remember what year it was. This is when I worked at the McDonald's on Jones Creek, which is about 5-6 miles from my house right now. I was picking up trash out in the lobby. They got kind of behind, helping the young girl out. And it's right about lunchtime during the school day. This 11-year-old boy walks up, pulls out a roll of bills that I couldn't put my hand around. So, because this is outside city limits, goes to the sheriff's deputy. So I had a friend of mine who worked as a sheriff's deputy for EBR. I think he just retired recently. He got his years in and retired. So I had his phone number. I called him up and told him what I saw. You know, they trailed that kid for, I want to say, like for 2 days. The whole family was selling drugs out of their house, including this kid. So they had raided that house, 25 kilos of cocaine inside that house. Yeah. When they picked that kid up, like they investigated him for like almost 6 months. They developed a case. They picked that kid up. He had in his possession almost $4,000 in bills. 11 years old.
What year was this?
91 or 92. I can't remember.
Yeah, that 4,000 would probably be like 12,000 today.
Yeah. Because I worked. So I went to work for an engineer, got laid off. So I went to Jones Creek to get away from the manager that was at my original store. For reasons I don't want to talk about right now. So I'm still mad about that because he did it to me at that store. And we got transferred over. But yeah, they followed that kid and they had found almost $3.2 million inside that house. And it was like they had it hidden in walls. Some of it was buried in glass jars in the ground. I mean, it was a big deal. I know the parents they got life sentences on that with the cocaine. Now, because the kid's underage, I'm pretty sure he aged out at the age of 18.
Oh, more than likely, yeah. I was just watching something on here because I'm still watching the live PD, and a couple hours ago they just had one on here where they went to an apartment complex, and it was I guess it was a guy and a girlfriend. It was a black couple, and they went in and they found heroin buried in certain places. They went in the kid's room. He had a 1-year-old, and they found heroin buried in the kid's room, in like the closet and stuff. And they were saying, well, it's a good thing the kid didn't reach in the yeah, maybe 2-year-old. I don't know, but they said it was a year or two, something like that. And they were saying about, that we didn't sell it. They hid all the things in like cubby holes and stuff in the kids' room, thinking, they're not going to check kids' toys, like the toys and stuff. And they found all that stuff, and they whisked them away. And the lady was like, I don't know, I've never seen that before. And the other guy was saying, stop talking to him. Shut up. Don't talk to him. He's like, shut up. You don't need to talk to him.
Then my friend Dwayne, who I talked about earlier, for a while he worked for the Attorney General's office in the Child Crimes Division. He also had to do other stuff too. They actually busted a lady from the state. She worked for one of the state offices. I can't remember which one. She lived over here in Monticello by me. She was using that state-approved credit card to buy TVs and computers and all kinds of stuff. And she was writing off his business expenses. Well, no, they were able to track all of her spending. They started telling her, and that Dwayne ended up having to crack her computer. She wouldn't give them the passcode or anything, so he was able to break into her computer, figure out where all this money was going to. She was taking it was like $100 here, $100 there, and she got $1,000 in cash. She was depositing offshore bank accounts. So it went from state crime to FBI and Secret Service got involved on that bull. IRS. She's in jail for 35 years.
Well, the more you steal, it goes into misdemeanor, felony. And if you're putting that shit in international waters, and you're
I mean, if you're going to do something like they're doing offshore accounts where the United States don't have where they can come get you.
That's why a lot of these people put it in Switzerland bank accounts, because Switzerland is neutral.
Yep.
And the U.S. can't go after that. That's why a lot of these people, when they flee, criminals and shit, that's the first place they go is Switzerland, because Switzerland is neutral in everything. They will not extradite people. They will not. The U.S. cannot. And I think in years past, I think certain circumstances, I'm sure they probably did, but for the most part, Switzerland is kind of nope. We stay in our lane, you stay in yours. But I mean, if it's like a heinous thing or something, but they would probably. But as far as like money and stuff, they just kind of nope. They're completely neutral. They will not. That's kind of hard to get extradition papers there too. I mean, this person spun around like a circle, spun around like a top. Got like 6 cops pointed at him, banging on the hood, and they're like, "I'm not getting out the vehicle." Literally got 6 cops aimed at their heads, and they ain't getting out the damn vehicle. They are dumb as a rock.
Well,
this is
right now there is 2 people killing me on your YouTube channel.
How many?
Me and one other person.
Oh hell! I did a backstage with Cajun, and he went to go take his bath. Came back about 52 minutes in. I had three Twitch bots comment. 52 minutes in, Cajun commented, "I'll be up in a minute." Nobody talked. And then I always joke with Cajun. Cajun gets on and I'll get a bunch of people. But, I mean, other than Mud Swat and yourself, I don't think anybody else commented. I just don't get any people anymore. I even tell people, I messaged like 6 people and told them I was going live. I sent out links to certain people, like Grumpy Stack, but I guess he fell asleep. Last night I told people I was going live and I didn't. I fell asleep. Because usually I'll try to do it Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Tuesday I didn't feel like it. Yesterday I fell asleep. So I might do one early in the morning. I don't know. But yeah, I don't get that many views anymore or anything. But I'm not even worried about it. I think earlier I had like 6 with no comments. But YouTube doesn't count a view as a view. If someone's in your chat for 2 seconds, it's a view. But I got this running on Twitch also. Only because I make ad revenue on Twitch. Not much,
okay.
but it adds up.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm back feeding on your phone.
Do what?
I'm back feeding on your phone. When I talk, I hear an echo coming through.
Oh, that's that damn. Hold on. That's the thing that Cajun tells me about. Let me fix it. I can never hear it. You know, my laptop, it used to be the alien noise, and on here.
Let's see. Testing.
I usually have to put my headphones in. I can't hear it. It's only on your side. I never hear it.
It's fine now.
Yeah, because I put my headphones in. It builds up over time. It's like static or something. I don't know.
Yes,
it's the second time, but yeah, on my laptop, it used to do not that one, but the old one I had. It used to do what I call the alien noise, where we go, shh. It would make this weird noise, and I would never hear it. But Cajun and other people in the chat always heard it. I would never hear it. So I had to go back to my live streams. You can go back to them today, and you can hear it. It's just this weird, eerie ass noise. But I never heard it at the time. So even that noise on my phone, I went back and watched one of my live streams. I never heard it. Cajun's like, "Oh, plug in your headphones." I never heard it on the stream, but I guess live you hear it. So, but I never hear it on my end. But yeah, if you hear that noise, just say plug in the headphones. That's why Cajun does it. I don't hear it, so I don't know when it's doing it. So it's always something.
Yeah.
I remember the first laptop I had, I dropped it. Every so often the screen would go blue. I saw that, but no one else saw that. And I'd be sometimes I'd flicker and I'd be blue for about 2 minutes. And then we go back to normal and I just hit the damn thing and then, you know. But yeah, I guess it's huh?
I'm tired. It's been a long day. Had to do blood tests. That was fun. No, like I said earlier, no meat for after 6 o'clock. By the time I got home, it was 6:30. So I ate fruit, peanut butter and jelly. You know, I had that. The jelly's sugar free.
I would purposely get a steak. And I'd say, how the hell is me not eating meat going fat? Unless they were looking like iron content or something. I don't know.
That's what this was. There's iron content and protein content.
Oh, well, and steak would have definitely messed it up.
Yep.
My coworker had blood work the other day because she's got a bad back. She was trying to get an MRI, but insurance is screwing her. You know, so... But she had blood work, and she's like, I don't know, I've just been feeling run down, blah, blah, blah. And I said, you know, I'm not a doctor, but it's probably got something to do with your iron. And then she told me, yeah, my iron level was like at 5, and it's supposed to be, I want to say she said 35, or I don't know, but it was real low. And I said, yeah. I said, you're not vegan, are you? She's like, no, I just don't eat a lot of meat. I said, well... You need to get yourself a couple of hamburgers, and you're on. My irons, I eat hamburgers. I just ate 2 Big Macs earlier. I'm pretty sure my iron's good, but I haven't been to the doctor in years, and you know I don't have insurance right now. I passed on it because at my job they wanted to take out $70 a paycheck. So that's like $280 a month. I think that's too much for insurance. So I said, nah. Now I have dental. Dental's only like $6 a week. And
you might
vision's only like $2.
I don't know how much you I don't know how much you make, but you might qualify for Medicaid. There is a Medicaid program for people who can't afford insurance with the state.
Yeah, I make $15 an hour. I can't. I wouldn't qualify for that.
No, it never hurts. You check on the state's website. It never hurts.
True. Well, my mom's been telling me for years, go on Medicaid, Medicaid. I'm like, that's for old people. She goes, no, that's the other one. So I can't keep track of that. Oh, I had insurance when I was at dirt cheap, but I never used it and I tried to get out of it. That was 2 years ago. I haven't had insurance since.
Well,
I have medical and dental, but yeah. I mean, the next job I'm trying to get another job right now because the company that I work for, the company that works for the company, and their contract is almost up. And I think the company don't want to renew the contract. So if that's the case, then I'll be out of a job anyway, because this company's only work through Amazon in Louisiana. I don't think they work through any other company. So I'm kind of like, all right. Plus this guy that we got a new plant manager. He came from the other Amazon, and he doesn't like the way we run stuff. He doesn't like the way we do anything. But ours is 3 or 4 times the size of the other one, and we have an outside pad where theirs is just small, and theirs is the small one. So this guy just doesn't like how we do things, and he's like, well, you're going to have to do this or we're going to cancel you. And he's like, he looks and he goes, actually, your contract is up for renewal right now. He goes, I'll just get somebody else. And he said this like 2 days ago. So that's why I'm looking around. I'm like, all right, well, that way he calls and saying, you're fired. And I'll be like, oh, I'm not fired. I quit. I already got another job, dude. Because I got an interview tomorrow. With some company, so shit. Well, it's like this company, but it's like, huh?
One of the things I gotta get prepped for next week, I got a portable scope I can take. I'm gonna take that with me. Gotta make sure it's charged up. It's pretty cool. I can hold it. Didn't bring the base to the guy at work. He has a 3D printer. He's gonna make a base for me. He's gonna make like sort of like Lego style where I can raise that height up as I need it. It's just odd. It has such a short stand for that scope to mount to. You really can't get down looking on a coin. So he's gonna make me some like Lego type style stuff where I can snap it and make it raise it up higher up off the surface I'm using. But one of the things I plan on doing is I need one more proof set. I'll have all the presidential dollars, and that's the 2015. Now, Kevin he's at the Birmingham show, which opens tomorrow. If he can't find it, he's going to try to get it there, and now I bought it from him Tuesday. If not, then I'm going to be looking for when I go up to Bossier. He can't. I ordered one proof set off of eBay, and nobody else has 2015 proof set on eBay right now. They had one a week and a half ago, but somebody bought it. So I'm looking for that. There's a couple of mint sets that I need. And I saw this. I got it. Every now and then I buy something from the Ultimate Coin Company. When I like certain national park quarters, I just don't get in my area. So I've ordered a couple of sets of the ones I can't get. Well, the mint this year raised the price of the mint sets to $140 something. So I get a text message from Littleton Coin Company. They got the mint sets. You want to guess how much?
$100.
Try $235. Almost $100.
I was close.
Over $100 more than what they paid for. Now I do have
eBay's inflated prices.
well, actually the 2010 mint preset that I bought was actually within $1.02 above gray sheet, which is not bad. So I got that now. I got some stuff that came in today, including a roll of pennies or nickels. I forgot what this is. But I ordered from my buddy Kent a little small book for his coins that he got from Littleton Coin Company, which had two 1999 Silver Eagles in the show packs. And I was able to trace back the pricing on those show packs. That color green was used in like 2005. And they sold the Silver Eagles for $22. And but with the melt value, those two 1999, they graded, they got $50, $60 a piece for them.
That ain't too bad.
No. My first two Silver Eagles came from Littleton Coin Company. I paid $19 a piece for them. Well, if I send off get graded, same thing, $50, $60. I mean, even the melt value right now is $51 It's melt value is $51, but you're looking at the coin you're gonna buy from you, they're gonna buy under what the suggested price is. Yay, I got my t-shirt, new white t-shirt came in today too. I ordered this pocket album. I bought me one for next week. And so I bought him one. Ordered my t-shirts. They told me Wednesday. I get a notification. Your order is going to be delivered tomorrow. And they got here today. So I'm going to give them a few coins that I got. A couple of nice wheat cents. Some uncirculated coins. Nickel or two. 2009 Denver presidential coins. Let's see, how many does this hold? Uncle Paul's. But his stuff is still in the Littleton coin packs. They sell them up in. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Looks like it holds about 48 coins. And these go in from this side, not from the top. But that means he can't put the encapsulated coins in there. Yeah, I tell you what he's been doing. Him and his wife, every year, they pick a state that they go to for their vacation. And he'll come back and goes, I need this state and this nut and that state's part colorized. So I'll order them, capsules. He pays me $18 a piece. It's $6. It's like $6, $7 for the coin. The capsule's like $1.50 plus shipping and handling. Which that's when I order some coins from me. So that way I get points. I got like 8,000. No, I got over 5,000 points with Littleton Coin Company right now. I'm saving up for a Carson City. It's like 75,000 points. Or 80,000. I forgot.
I didn't know they did a point system.
Yeah, they started doing that a long time ago.
Oh, I haven't dealt with them in years. You know, they used to send me coins, and I'm like, okay, well, I figured if they send me coins and I didn't ask for them, I know why they do it, obviously, but I'm like, okay, they sent me some coins. Hey, I still got them in the wrappers. Never took them out from like 10, 15 years ago, like a couple of dollars, a couple of buffalo nickels. And one time I sent them back. And, you know, they do this to a lot of people. You send it back, they send it back. Well, they sent it back to me, I don't know, a couple of weeks later, they sent the same the pack that I sent them, they sent it back to me in the thing that I sent them. And I said, well, I guess they don't want it, so I kept it. And they sent me a receipt thing saying I owed them $100 and something for like 4 coins. I go, well, nope. So I sent it back and I said, well, and then they sent it to me a third time. I said, I guess I'm keeping it this time. Never charged me nothing.
He's got 2 1999 Silver Eagles in the show pack. He's got Susan B. Anthony's. I think these are all Denver minted or Philadelphia minted. The 79, 80, and 1999 Susan B. Anthony's uncirculated in the show pack. Let's see what else he's got. Somebody gave, you don't know where he thinks somebody gave these to him as a college graduation present. He don't remember. He's got 2000 Susan Sacagawea, but it's not the Cheerios one. It's got the extra detail feathers. He's got gold-plated bicentennial coins in a picture frame you hang on the wall. Gold-plated. And it's a type 2 $8. But let's say he's got a 64 candy half. What year this dime is. He's got 44 Mercury dime. These are still, like I said, in the little coin packs that they send them in. 43 war nickel, and this is a Philly, I think. I can't see it. Yep, it's a Philly, which I want to check and see if there's an RPM on that one. I have to lower the scope and compare it. Let's see what else he's got here. He's got another nickel. You got Buffalo nickel. 1936, full date. About 90% horn, which put that as a fine 12, which makes it about a $4 coin. He's got a dime here, a Rosie. Let's see what we got. Oh, it's a 55 silver Rosie, uncirculated. Then we got full torch. Nope. Bottom band's crushed. So it's XF45. He's got a National Park quarter here, I think. Let's see. Still minted, which means I can check for an error on it if it is.
Got all those in it. Is it still in the wrappers?
New Jersey. So all these are still in the Littleton coin wrappers. So I'm going to flip these up, put them in the book for him.
Still there? Okay, that was a little weird. Just went kaploop. Maybe you froze or something. But I don't hear you anymore. Oh, there you are, I think.
There we are.
All of a sudden, you went.
He's got a Hawaiian dollar made in 1976, but I think this was just a tourist dollar for you could spend at a local shop, and then they're turning in and get the cash for it. But I want to just leave it in this. It'll fit in the book and just flip that it's in. I want to put all this stuff up for him. I want to leave the stuff in the show pack so long that it's starting to turn a little bit of a green color. The ink in there is starting to bleed out on some of the coins. So yeah, they brought these to me last week. I did a video on it. Pretty cool, the stuff that he's got. So let's see.
When I end this stream, I'll go back and watch a few of them because I got to play catch up. I try to watch all your shorts under a minute or 2 minutes or whatever, and I did that for a while, and then I ran out of shorts. And I said, well, I got to start watching the other ones. That's my goal on any channel, a minute or under, because those are the easiest ones to knock out.
Yeah, well,
And then I'll try to go for 2 minutes. Huh?
Well, when I did that Indian Head Sin, that's about a 15-minute video because I had to pull up Wexler's website and you show that where you see the doubling along the reverse along the reef, the arrows. It's in the word 1 cent. It looks like it's machine doubling, but it's not. Let's see. Trying to figure out how this goes in. Oh, okay. It goes in on the inside. Okay. I think this is the rope. Yeah, there we go. I'm just doing this to protect the coin spot. I gotta flip all this stuff up for him. I'm probably gonna do that tomorrow night. But yeah, he got I'll give him a few more coins. Like I said, I got an uncirculated 57 roll, partial roll. We'll give him a 2009, the presidential LP4. That's one with the capital that they as is being constructed during the Civil War. That's what they used that background for. So I'm gonna give him a few extra coins, a couple nice wheat cents I got, some from the 50s, some nice BUs. Maybe pull a couple BU copper coins out. That way you have a little collection. If you ever get grandkids, you can say, hey, look what I got here.
There you go.
But this 54 is a nice 54. I'll definitely scope it. I don't think there's anything wrong, but it's 9% candy half dollar. So work on that tomorrow night. Get it to him Monday. I told him I said I might get to it tonight, but I got to finish up my other stuff. And actually, I'm gonna probably give him. Let's see, I don't see a mint mark on here. What mint mark is on this Buffalo nickel? Billy, I've got a roll of a couple full sets of 36 Buffalo. So I may give him a D and S on the 36 for the Buffalo. That way you have all 36 Buffalo nickels. And I didn't see no varieties on this one.
You got to make the variety.
Well, I'm not going to sit there and polish off the leg, make it a three-legged buffalo.
Yeah, might as well. I saw one of those when I was in middle school. I don't remember. It was either a book. I think it was a book we were reading, and they were talking. This was in like 1992, I want to say. And I think we were reading a book, and they mentioned something about a buffalo nickel. And it was the three-legged one. The teacher goes, I got one at home. I'm going to bring it tomorrow. And because I want to say it was a book, because they were saying, oh, that's worth like $60 or whatever the price was at the time. And whatever, I forget what it was. They were trying to make it valuable at the time, whatever. And then my teacher had one, and we were passing it around. I was looking at it. It was in the case and all. And she's like, I've had this, since blah, blah, blah. And before she started saying it, like, you had this since 1936 or 37 or whatever it was. She's like, I'm not that old. And so they were passing it around the class. I was like one of the 2 or 3 people to get it. We were passing, I'm looking at it. Okay, well, that's when I started collecting coins, around that time, I guess. Same thing with cards, too. It got to somebody, and it never got to another person. Somebody must have put it in their pocket or something towards the end, and nobody noticed. And then she's like, okay, where's the nickel, blah, 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 blah. She's like, I'm going to go get a metal detector. I'll find that thing. And somebody said, oh, here it is. I guess they dropped it on the ground, and nobody noticed or something. And she, they got it, or because I remember something like that. They called somebody, and she was like, well, that's the last time I'm showing that thing around. I remember she said something like, I think she said something like it's worth like $50 or something like that. Now, I don't know what it was worth.
at my church, they broke ground to add on. They added on to the church, like where they had like offices, a gathering space, and all, and some rooms and stuff. Well, when they broke the ground, I was getting his car worked on, and I saw a guy metal detecting, and he had found a couple half-seated dimes out there. He found some Confederate coins from St. Alphonsus. My church was the headquarters for the Confederate forces when they tried to retake Baton Rouge. Okay? So the main defensive line was the Comite River, where my house is, which is roughly about 2,000 feet west of the Comite River as it runs right now, was the picket line. You put skirmishers out there for that way you can send somebody back to tell, hey, we're under attack. You set up a skirmish line. Well, he was out there metal detecting. He had found all kinds of mini balls. He found all kinds of coins. He ended up with almost. He found a couple of large cents out there. And it's where I played football as a kid. It was the old football ground. It's like, dang, why didn't we have metal detector when we were here at St. Alphonsus at school? But where they play football at now, and they put the Ferris wheel on, used to be a dump. You don't want to dig. They had put a clay cap. They went there, they bulldozed it, leveled it flat. They put 4 foot of clay on top of that to seal it in. So they actually had to seal it all the way around the sides and all that. They got dirt, but they could never put a building out there because there's no foundation for it. Now I'm thinking, I wish I could run out there with the metal detector now across that part of the ground. Now they did put a parking lot over part of it, so they could put a parking lot there, but they just can't put a 2-story structure building out there because if they do, it's going to collapse. But it's a nice church. There's a creek that goes right by called Beaver Creek, and that's a long creek. It goes all the way up towards the Mississippi-Louisiana state line. It gets really narrow and shallow. Once you get once you get into the Felicianus, it's got a few small streams that feed it, but it's like a trickle. Even one time it gets full up there, if it's heavy rain, it'll fill up for maybe about a half hour, and it'll drain right out. Because that Beaver Creek ties into the Comite River, which ties into the Amite River. So when Amite backs up, the Comite backs up. Oh, it's a nightmare. They still haven't finished the Comite Diversion Canal. They got to build they got to dig up and build 2 bridges for roads. They got that left, and then they needed, and one of them's Plank Road, which they haven't done yet. They done the train track. They did the train track first. Now they got to build another road around Plank. So you tear up the Plank Road that's there to build the bridge in. And then from there, there's a straight shot to the Comite River. And they still haven't constructed the doors to divert the water from the Comite River into the Mississippi. And they still got to build the doors on the bayous that they got to block off. Or else it's going to backflood all of Zachary. It's like they can't get it right. And this is something when we flooded in '83, they passed the law, federal government funded everything. and the guy in charge, the Army Corps engineer who retired right after the flood of 2016, never came to Louisiana. He thought Baton Rouge was a little bitty small hick town. Hello, it's the capital of the state, dummy.
Well, that's why they're idiots, especially in 2016. You know, I don't know. It's crazy.
Well, we found out when they built the Central Thruway Express, they actually built a gate on the Comeet River. Not a big gate, but a small gate to slow down the waters in case of heavy rains. And that's what that's one reason what backed up and started flooding Baton Rouge. But because the Blind River is really not that big of a river, it backed up going into Lake Maurepas. Well, Lake Maurepas hasn't been dredged in 50-something years. It's filled with all kinds of logs and stumps and all that. They needed flowing out from the Amite River and the other rivers that flow into it. It's all backed up. It needs to be dredged, and they need a wide opening into Lake Pontchartrain from Lake Maurepas.
Nah, Lake Pontchartrain's got so much shit in it now. Yeah.
Well, I know
more stuff in that, it's going to overflow.
Well, I know in a couple of weeks I'm going to have the Labor Day Summerfest out there on Lake Pontchartrain on that sandbar, where they haul out a big, huge bar for these bands. Anybody drives up in their boats onto that sandbar. I haven't done it. I'm not going to do it.
Sandbar. Which sandbar? Where?
It's just south of what's the name of the name city? God dog, now I gotta go look it up. So it's south of Covington.
You're coming down here. You're coming by me. That's where you're coming. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a sandbar about 2 miles offshore. It rises up. There's a sandbar. Unless there's a lot of rain, it's only about 4 or 5 feet deep on that sandbar. And what they do is they haul out a huge barge and get about 6 or 7 bands, just local bands. It's like they do it Labor Day weekend. They have a huge party out there.
First I heard about that, but
oh no,
I mean, south of Covington is my way. So.
Oh God, what's the town south of Covington? Because I went to a funeral, the Catholic church over there.
Well, if it ain't Mandeville, got Mandeville, Covington.
It's Mandeville. Huh? It's south of Mandeville. Google Earth. At one point, they showed the sandbar on Google Earth, but they took it off.
South of Mandeville. That's lower than Mandeville, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm going to bring up Google Earth on my computer.
You're talking about my city. You're talking about where I'm at. That's what Lake Pontchartrain is right down the road from me. I mean, well, actually, I moved further out, but yeah, Lake Pontchartrain's right there by the Twin Span. That's like 5 miles away. So, like the fishing pier. The fishing pier after Katrina, it blew the Twin Span off the axis. It knocked it completely off, and they rebuilt the Twin Span. So some of the old Twin Spans still standing. They turned it on the other side. They turned it into the fishing pier, where you can go out into the water and you can fish. They charge you like $6 or something. I went out there already, but I've never heard of a sandbar. But yeah. If you're coming by Lake Pontchartrain and you're going to be in my neighborhood, you're going to be down here. So, because Lake Pontchartrain goes over Laplace, Kenner, Metairie, and then the Twin Span comes right out where I'm at, give or take. Well, that's the rich side on that side, but there's a way to go around it. But there's actually a pier and there's a bridge there's a neighborhood that leads out to the other part of Lake Pontchartrain on one side. That's where they got the mystery machine. Somebody owns that. They made a mystery machine. Scooby-Doo, and they drive around the city and everything. But
Scott Ennis, that's a local DJ. He has one. He owns.
Yeah. But
let's see. There's
you got. But yeah, you got Covington, you got Mandeville, you got Slidell. That's the three areas, and then Slidell. That's where you got that's where the Pontchartrain meets on one side. I don't think it goes as far out as the other ones, but you know, you got the Twins band, huh?
It's somewhere south of the Topanga River. It's where the sandbar's at. Because I saw one time in the magazine about the end of the year party out there.
Topanga River? No, that ain't down here.
Yeah, it is.
It is, but it's not. You have to go a little ways.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying the sandbar is like about 2 or 3 miles south of the mouth of that river, where it flows into Lake Pontchartrain. But they don't have it on Google Earth no more. They used to show the sandbar on Google Earth, and now it's gone.
Well, this is the first I'm hearing about it, but about that. But I mean,
I've been knowing about that for years.
But Lake Pontchartrain is only, well, it was much closer before I moved. But I mean, Lake Pontchartrain is only 5 or 6 miles down the road from me. It's right there. I'm like on the water. Well, not near, but I'm like, it's right within range. But I lived on the very edge of town where I'm at now. I used to live like in the middle. Now I'm at like the very edge of town. But when I move again, I'm going to try to get closer back that way. But anyways, you'll be pretty close to where I'm at if you're coming down this way. So that's the point I was trying to make.
I'm not going to go to it because I don't want to get into that lake. So there's Lake Maurepas.
Oh.
So I'm trying to find Blind River right now. There's Walker, Watson, Denham. There's Amite River. Comes out by Port Vincent. Amite River. And then it turns into the Blind River canal type deal. All through marshland. It's only like, it's probably about 80 yards across.
It's almost a football field, yeah.
Amite River Diversion Canal. That's what it's called. Not Blind River. Blind River's farther south.
I don't think I've ever heard that before, but
so I think some people call it the Blind River because it's so far back in the woods. You got all these waterfront homes out there, though. I'm looking at that right now. Yeah.
Oh, good Lord.
There's the old Amite River. So, yeah, the old Amite River goes north of the Amite Diversion Canal. There's Second Zion Travelers Baptist Church.
Huh.
So there's the old Amite River. It flows way, way out the way. It turns and goes back up north. What the?
Oh, yeah, the Amite River is kind of funny.
There's like 3 or 4 different ways it flows. What the hell?
Hell, the Mississippi River is trying to flow a different direction. All rivers flow different. They try to,
That's why it takes forever for the Amite River to die out. It's got such a long way to go. See, I'm trying to figure where it flows to this old route. Okay. It actually flows into Lake Pontchartrain eventually, where the diversion canal flows into another bayou. There's Blind River. So it does cut into Blind River, which is south of the diversion canal, which it flows. So is it Amite Diversion? It cuts into Blind River. Yeah, man, if you type in Google Earth, you can follow all this.
Well, I can't do it on my phone because if I get out of this, it'll kick me out. My phone's kind of funny with StreamYards. Like it'll let me come back in, but then it'll probably make me. I know one time, a couple of weeks ago, I got kicked out, and I couldn't get back on for about half an hour. It was me and Cajun. Thank God Cajun was in the stream, and he's like, "Well, I don't have it." He's messaging me, and I'm like, "Yeah, I can't get back in. The phone's being a pain in the butt." All because I went to Google something. I jumped out and I came back in. I'm like, but I didn't have a lot of data on my phone. I didn't have a lot of space on my phone then. But I mean, I could Google it, but I'd have to minimize this, and it would probably kick me out for a few minutes. But I don't know.
Well, let's see what time it is. This is after midnight. So I don't know how long you've been on, but I need to go to bed.
Well, it says 4 hours and 48 minutes. I started this stream. Well, really, I was going to start at 7, and me and Cajun were talking for 30 minutes, and then he said, I got to go take a bath. And then I was on for 54 minutes before he came back. But like the last stream, I only did a half an hour, and I've only been doing like hour and a half, 2 hours tops. So this is the longest stream I've done in a while. Luckily, I'm off today. Today's 3 or 3, even though they're going to try to call me in. I'm just going to turn my phone off so they don't answer me, because I got one coworker who's apparently had a nervous breakdown. I got another one who thinks she's having a nervous breakdown. My boss is probably wanting to have a nervous breakdown, so it's kind of crazy. But yeah, you can blame Cajun. I don't know. But yeah, if you got to go, I understand. I'm not sleepy right now, but I ain't gonna stay on much longer after you leave. I might do a few more minutes to get to the 5-hour mark, but you know, because I haven't been doing a lot of streams lately, so that's why I still got a bunch of hours saved up. So that's just me. But
yeah,
I appreciate you popping on, of course.
Oh yeah, I like that. I just need to get to that box. I've been working a little bit later at Domino's. Instead of getting up at 8, it's like getting up at 9:30 on Friday and Saturday night. So if I get home, I'm not gonna go. I could go live on those nights, but I don't.
Nah. So I'm usually home. I get off at 4:30. Although they're changing my schedule, so I might have to wake up at like 5 in the morning now. Like I said, I do 6 to 4:30. But this new station guy come from the other plant. He's like, oh, he wants us to clean the freaking dock at 5 o'clock in the morning in the middle of them doing a truck. They go to lunch at 5:30. They come back at 6. He wants us to clean the dock at 5:30, which it's a big ass dock. And it's kind of hard where they got shit everywhere and I have to move this, that. He wants that done 3 times a day. I'm like, I'm going to clean the dock. They're going to come back in 30 minutes. They're going to do more trucks and just mess it up again. What's the point? He's like, I'm just like, yeah. So I got to wake up more earlier to do their crap. And then on top of like what he's trying to do to get rid of us because of the contract, I'm just like, So I'm looking around and trying to get another job because I don't know. I'm just tired of the nonsense. I'm like, all right, here we go again.
Well,
just crazy.
I got 3 more years. So I can probably do full time now. Cut back.
I wish I could retire.
Oh,
You're kicking in and out.
yeah, I know. I'm echoing again on your side.
It is?
Yeah,
Damn.
I hear myself echoing.
Oh. Usually it doesn't do it like that much. Hold on. Usually it only does it once a stream, sometimes twice. Oh, I'm in the dark. All right, 1, 2. That probably fixed it. I didn't know it causes that.
Yeah.
And good old phone. You know, it got worse since I dropped it. I dropped it last year and I cracked the screen. So that's probably why it does that. But yeah, I don't think I'll ever be able to retire unless somebody leaves me a bunch of money. Or if by some miracle I win the lottery. I'll probably work to the day I die. Or if I'm incapacitated.
Got my power cord. Trying to get everything out the room that I need. Going to turn stuff off.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate you popping on, of course.
Yeah. Anytime. Normally I would have been streaming, but I'm getting two or three people in. I try and do giveaways, but I'm not going to do a giveaway unless I got at least 5 people. One person keep winning the giveaways, on my channel.
Oh. I was in there last night, but I fell asleep. Just some nights I know you're on, but I'm not. Like the other day, I wasn't even on YouTube. I just stayed off of my phone altogether. And I wasn't even on YouTube. I wasn't even on any platform the entire day. There's just some days where I'm starting to get burnt out, and I'm just like, I'm going to put my phone down, and I'm not going to pick it up. Because I'll have like 62 messages from my boss. My coworker will be at work, and she'll message me every 5 minutes. Even I'm off. And she'll message me her entire 8-hour shift. So it feels like I'm not even off. And she's going through things where it's like she's moving, she's not moving. She quits, she doesn't quit. And I'm just like, okay. It's like days of our lives. I got one guy, he says, oh, my aunt died. Then he tells the next day I'm in the hospital. And then he's like, y'all's boss, y'all got to tell y'all's boss that I ain't coming in because I'm in the hospital. And he goes, I would do it, but I'm not talking to her. I'm like, okay. So tomorrow, nobody's showing up. Everybody's scheduled off. The 2 people that's supposed to come, one's in the hospital, and the other one can't work because she's got a doctor's excuse. And I'm the only one available to come in. And it's my off day. So my phone's going off for most of the day. From at least from soon as I end this stream, when I go to sleep, my phone gets turned off and it ain't getting turned back on until 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That way she can't bug me. Well, actually, no, I'd probably turn it on about 6, but I don't know. But I won't be like, oh, you wanted me to come in? You giving me overtime? No? Screw you then. I wouldn't do it anyway. I'd be by myself all day.
Well,
doing that warehouse by myself is bad.
I know last night, manager at Domino's needed drivers. I walked in there. He didn't see me walk in. I had to go ask my son something because he was working there, helped close. He knows that actually he's at a different store now. I had to go ask him something. And I get a message from him. Goes, "Why didn't you bring your truck? Why didn't you come in and drive?" Said, dude, you didn't ask me to drive. I didn't see your message after I got home. Else I might would have came in, but if you want me to come in, you could at least text me personally, say, hey, can you come in get me through rush? I would have done that. Don't just put a general note on the chat group, because I don't look at that thing all day long.
You're not supposed to. If you're off, if it's your off time with it, My boss loves to call me when I'm at work because she's at the other plant. She's only at our plant like maybe 3 times a week. She's never there. She leaves us alone on the weekends. But it's like the other day, she kept calling. I kept ignoring her. My other coworker ignored her. The other one finally answered the phone. Yeah, the time clock's down. Unplug it. I'm calling back in 5 minutes to make sure you plug it back in. I said, why? Is that why she's calling? She couldn't have texted me and say, hey, I need you to plug and unplug the time clock in. I'm doing payroll. Instead of like being a normal person, she called us 15 times. And she's like, why are you not answering the phone? Well, she's a Mexican, but she goes, why are you not answering the phone? And I'm like, because I'm busy working. I was actually out in the dumpster dealing with trash. I'm not going to pull my phone out when I'm covered in goo juice or whatever the hell it is. I don't know, trash juice. And she's like, y'all don't pick up the phone. Y'all need to start picking up the phone. And I'm like, I'm working. I don't have time. I said, why don't you text the other ones? You don't need to call me. You don't need to call just to tell me that. You could have texted me that. That's what testing is for. All you could have said is, hey, please plug and unplug the time clock. Thank you. Why did you need to call me for that? I even asked her that. And she's like, oh, well, I thought it would be faster. Well, no, because we took 20 minutes doing it. I'm like, okay, just unplug the internet. Boom, problem solved. And, we did that. We sent her a picture. She never said thank you or nothing. No communication. See, my boss, when we try to communicate with her, she won't answer. She won't text us. She will not pick up the phone. She puts us on. She turns the phone off. But when she wants something, she blows up our phone. It don't matter what time. It could be right now. It could be 12:22. And she will be calling me on the phone. I told her, stop calling me when I'm sleeping. She will send me a text at 3:05 in the morning. I need you to come in at 6. I'm sleeping. I'm not doing that shit. And if I come in later, let's say 10 o'clock, and I work from 10 to 4, oh, you need to make up your 4 hours. You got to stick, because we got to make up time. We have to have 40 or we get in trouble. She's like, oh, well, you have to make up your 4 hours. We'll do it on Sunday and work a 14-hour shift. No, I already do 10 hours. I'm not doing 14. And then she gets pissy about it. Because she writes down the reason why we're not there in advance. She always writes we're there 2 weeks in advance. So if somebody doesn't show up, she gets in trouble. Why did you? She's got to go to her boss. Oh, well, so-and-so's not coming in. Well, you said they were there already. So, just a pain in the ass.
Okay. Well, like I said, I need to run. I need to do.
I'm sorry, I kept you on a lot longer.
I need to do shower. Also, I play a game called Atlas Earth where I don't know if I told you about that. You can buy virtual land. It generates money. And there's ways you can make it generate faster and all that. But
you might have said something about it. I mean, it sounds familiar, but I don't know if you did.
Yeah, I might have at one point. It's right now it's what they call a super rent boost, where right now until I start to the next tier level, I'm making 92.5 cents a day. But because super rent boost is 50% more, so it goes from 92 cents to like $1.40 something.
This is an actual game?
Yeah, it's a virtual reality game. You start off with buy a parcel. You can play games on there. They got mini games you can get money for. You can download games to play. You get what's called Atlas Bucks. There's a thing called badges. It's like 200 Atlas Bucks. And right now I'm in. I'm the first one you get. It puts you a 5% boost. So if you're doing like 92 cents a day, and if you got 5% of that added to it, like an extra penny a day, I think it is at 5%. I'm at 15% boost. And on this trip, I'll have enough badges where I'm going to hit the 20% boost. but there's different tier levels you get to. As you go down tiers, and the return rate drops. You start off at 30% return rate up until 150, then it drops down to 12 and 10. I'm at 10 right now. The next one's going to drop me down to 8, but at 8, it's going to be at 80 cents per day. Right now with the 92 cents, I'm making really $1 every, well, I figured it out to be every 26.75 hours. I actually make $1. It's almost like I get almost $1 every other day. So right now I'm projected to make $27 for this month. And you can actually withdraw even when you hit 5. If you have a PayPal account, you can withdraw it to your PayPal. You got real money.
Well, yeah, but you got. Yeah, I play one of those games where like you barely get enough. I think you get like something like sort of what you're saying, but it adds up. It takes forever.
Yeah, this is a slow game. Where I live at, they turned the neighborhood of Monticello into the city of Monticello. I'm the mayor of it, over 300 parcels. I'm the mayor of Norwood, Louisiana, which is about an hour north of Baton Rouge. I actually had it, and some dude from Vicksburg drove down to Louisiana to take over the mayorship. Well, 4th of July weekend, I went back up there and I took back over it. So I'm waiting to see if he's going to drive down from Vicksburg, try to take back over that mayorship. The cool thing is somebody buys the badge and you're the mayor of that city or parish, wherever, state, county, governor, you get 20 Atlas bucks every time somebody buys in your area. So like the governor of Louisiana, it's a dude that lives in Virginia. So my goal, he's also the mayor of Baton Rouge, but not of East Baton Rouge Parish. But he's got
Jeff Landry?
No, there's some dude up in Virginia. Goes by Kronos King, I think it is. I don't remember. I have to pull it up, but right now the president of the United States, no matter who buys what city badge, parish, county, state, because he's the president of the United States, he gets 20 Atlas bucks every time somebody makes a purchase of one of the damn badges. And his name is King of Queens because he used to live in Queens, New York. He makes.
I would do it.
He's making. I think I plugged in his stuff. He's generating $5,000 a week in real money.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yep. And they actually capped the super rent boost at 150,000 parcels. So he's only getting 50% for the first 150,000. Then it drops back down to the regular rate for the other parcels he's got. He finally broke that 150K tier. And yeah, he's making a ton. There's a guy that interviewed him. He says he thinks by the end of the year he can be making roughly 10K a month. No, 10K a week off the game.
Nice.
I'm lucky right now. I'm making $27. But there's different levels. It's a strange number. It goes from 22 cents. It's like as much as zeros before you get to the last two digits with the two twos. Or is it 11223344 like that for legendary? I do the Challenge Ladder and I do the Explorer Club, which is cost me $60 a month. But that's as soon as I get to 25% boost, I'm dropping the Explorer Club. I'm just doing that to get to that boost, and it's going to take me about a year and a half to recover all that money that I spent. The ladder club, it's like $10 a month. So I just cashed in $6 for Atlas Bucks. So now up until the end of the year, I'll probably, for the first time, I think I'm gonna be able to pull out $10 back into my PayPal account. And then what I do once I start doing that, I want to get my PayPal savings account to $120. And once I do that, then I start transfer that $10 over, or however much I pull out over, to pay for the monthly club, because you get what they call a legendary partial upgrade, where you can upgrade a common to a legendary. So I get that at the end when I get the challenge ladder done. So I get that and a free badge. And they're talking right now. I think it's 300 badges is the most you can get. So most people, when they get that 25% boost, they kind of quit traveling for badges because it gets expensive. Like for me, the 4th of July weekend, I went and helped my friend out with her electrical. Her dad's house. I picked up East Feliciana Parish, West Feliciana Parish, St. Francisville. Already had Jackson and Clinton. And I also had Zachary. I forgot the other one that's just north of Zachary. I already had those city badges. So that leaves Avoyelles Parish and New Roads to get. I downloaded a map and I colorized the parishes I got. So I got like Tangipahoa, I got San Helena. I got everything east of the Mississippi River except for Washington Parish. And I did not want to drive that way. I'll drive the Mississippi first because it's closer. I could pick up 2 counties and a city in an hour and 45 minutes driving time north. That's going to Centerville, Mississippi. I could pick up Amite County and another county coming back down. I could come back down from Centerville into Clinton that route. So I'll take Norwood, go up through Norwood, go to Centerville, pick up the county that's just north of Norwood, hit Centerville, cut over, and come back down another highway and back towards Clinton and pick up Amite County. So I can actually get 4 badges within an hour and 45 minutes. But there's guys they're Bronze Dragon, he's pulling out almost $30 a month now off of this game. And he does a live thing every Sunday from 11 o'clock our time. It's 12 o'clock for him because he's in Ohio. He used to work out of Slidell. He was in the Navy, but he worked out of Slidell for a tech company. Now he's trying to find another tech job because he got laid off.
Textron. He probably worked at Textron.
Probably. I think that's who it was.
Yeah, Textron. Yeah, that's right down the street from my old house. That they did military and stuff. They still do it, but they sold some of their land. They used to have a checkpoint and this and that. And they sold some of their land to build Dairy Queen about 5 or 6 years ago. And then they actually put in an LSU campus on the property too. So they got an LSU campus there.
Was it like a little small community type college, LSU? Is that what it is? Wait, is that the associate degree program they got over there for doing coastal studies?
Probably. I have no idea. I just know one day I drove by a couple of years ago. I was with my friend in the car, and I went. It had LSU UNO thing, and I went, Huh. I didn't know they had an LSU campus in there, but yeah, Textron actually donated $10 million to the city recently out here. So.
Yeah, that's the Coastal Studies, which is tied with the water research facility that we did that's built over in the Mississippi River, which they actually have a real model, a scale model of the Mississippi River inside that building.
Oh, I've never been in Textron. I don't know about the other one. Textron's military because they built the tanks out here because they used to have all the tanks out in the yard, but when they sold some of that property, they took all it. There's still some tanks out there, but they sold a lot of the land back to the city, so they could have the college, and they built the Dairy Queen on the other side because they used to have a checkpoint with a armed security guard there.
Yeah, that's to do associate degree program. It's tied with the wetlands program at the wetlands building over here on the LSU campus in Baton Rouge for doing coastal erosion studies on that side of the state. They got one over in Lake Charles also that handles everything west of the Mississippi River to the Louisiana-Texas border. Then I think they doing one in Lafayette also for the studying of the Atchafalaya Basin.
No, you're probably right. They do stuff like that. Like I said, that was right down the street from my old house, but I don't go that way anymore. So once in a blue moon, like if I get my hair cut, I have to go that way. But just going past it one day, I saw the LSU sign. I didn't even know. I was like, "Oh, okay." So it's weird shit.
Yeah, we did. There's another military base right over there. We did some work for them. High power lines, underground. No, that's right. We did do that job. They redid all the electrical work overhead and underground. At that, we did that work at that facility. Now I'm thinking about it. We didn't know what
the only thing associated with military out here is Textron. That I'm aware of.
There's a National Guard Reserve Center right before you get to Hammond. There's another facility right before you get to Hammond, just south of the interstate. That's in the entrance to it. But no, were you talking about that? Yeah, we did do work out there. We had to redo the overhead feed going onto that base.
Oh, you talking about? I'm stupid. I live right across the damn street from this thing. You talking about Camp Villery? Probably.
Yep. Yeah.
I live right there, right across the highway from it. It's on the other side. I could hit a firing range in the morning. Yeah, Camp Villery. That's the recruiting office. You get right off the exit, and you pass Bluebell and the ice cream place, and it's right there. Yeah, that's literally right there. I can see that. I can kind of. Well, I can't see it, but I'm right there.
You hear the gunshots because I get right down the road from me is the Wildlife and Fisheries Training Center, and we did the indoor swimming pool for them, a couple dormitory rooms. And the problem is, when the Columbia River floods, all that property floods. And what do? They build an indoor swimming pool 3 years after the flood of 2016. It's like, really? Columbia River's going to flood. In fact, that when we were supposed to get out, we were supposed to flood from that tropical storm, but it stayed to the southeast of Baton Rouge and hit y'all. That's when you did that video. It was from that tropical storm. We were supposed to get 20 inches of rain that night. We never got it.
Which video?
The one you did when that tropical storm went across South Louisiana, right at the beginning of hurricane season. The one that developed off the coast of Texas and came and hit Louisiana. It was projected to come straight into Baton Rouge, but stayed to the south of Baton Rouge, and then it turned and be up between Baton Rouge and New Orleans and hit y'all. Dumped all that rain over there. You did a video. You did a video out of your back door that night.
That must have been, that had to be when I was at the old house.
Okay.
The roof leaked on the patio, so that flooded anyway. It had to be. It wasn't at this house because I've only been here 2 years.
No,
2.5 years.
No, you put a video out that night that storm hit. You're showing the rainwater. The street was flooded.
That was at the old house, sir.
No, it was this year.
I did one this year? We had a hurricane this year. We just started hurricane season.
We had a tropical storm developed off the coast, hit Louisiana, dropped. By the time it got to south of Lafayette, it was a tropical depression. It originally was tracking towards Baton Rouge, but there was a low pressure that came down from the north and knocked it back down. And it cut across between south of Baton Rouge and New Roads and turned up because one of our the girl from Kilts, Louisiana that drives into work every day, she couldn't get out because her street was flooded by Kiln, Louisiana, where they filmed cat dog it. I can't. Roadhouse 2 at the bar's closed down. Right there off the Tangipahoa River.
Oh.
She lives up in that area.
Are you talking about that video I did a few weeks ago?
Yeah, it was right. Yeah, that's when that tropical storm came through.
Oh, yeah, the flood drain. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. I'm like, I don't remember doing a video during hurricanes. I mean, I've done one, but it wasn't here. I'm like, I know I did one because there was one time. That was one time where at my old place the street did flood, and it had a lot of rain, and my neighbor was driving with the truck, but I lived far back enough where the water wouldn't get in my house, but he kept driving with his damn truck, and it got in other people's houses, and then his truck stalled, and then 3 a.m. his horn went off for 2 hours, and I went outside and I told him turn that shit off, and he tried to get his family to jump me, and I had to call the cops on that bastard. And the cops came out and they wouldn't answer their door. They ran inside like beep. They are. And I said, yeah, I'm trying to go to sleep. And this damn dude's got the horn for 3 hours going beep. I said, will you turn that fucking shit? They doing it on purpose. You go, my truck stalled. Yeah. I remember that because I filmed that. That was on a live stream. I filmed that because I turned on my phone. I started recording that shit. And I showed the cop. I said, here's my evidence. I couldn't see him, but I heard voices. Huh?
I stayed up till 4 o'clock in the morning tracking that storm because it kept showing. Originally, it showed it coming to Baton Rouge, and it stayed to the south of Baton Rouge. But
that was that water storm. That was that tropical. Yeah, okay, I remember now. I'm thinking from a few years ago. Well, this house, the way it's designed is the water comes from my neighbor's yard, and it sort of fills up like a bowl. It leans, and all the water gets stuck in. So they put that drainage system in. Well, the guy that put the drainage system in, he smokes a lot of PCP. He put the thing in backwards. Okay, he put it so it doesn't drain like it's supposed to. It will drain, but it's supposed to drain so much because it goes to the septic tank. He didn't even hook it. He hooked it the wrong way. And my landlord was like, well, I told him to do it, and he did it, and I paid him. But he's, because he used to live with my neighbor. He smokes a lot of PCP. Like, he painted the house that I'm in now, but he painted it so badly, they had to repaint it. Like, in my room, he painted it so badly, half the paint's coming off the wall. It's like he didn't put 2 coats because you get that white effect. You can see the white coming through the wall. And I showed my landlord last week, and I said, I'm just showing this to you now, so when I move in 6 months, I have the paint. He's like, well, if you have the paint, you can paint it. And I said, well, yeah, I can, but I'm not going to now. I said, I'll paint it if you give me some money. Like when I was helping him put the studs up a couple of weeks ago, he wanted me to do that shit for free. And I said, you going to pay me? Are you going to take some money off my rent? And that's what he goes, yeah, I'll take some. He goes, I'll take a couple $100 off your rent. I help him put up the studs because in a termite, the room across from me, my spare room, termites got into the siding and completely, I didn't know what it was. I'm like, what are these? I thought it was dust. I had a bunch of these gray nodules all over the wall. I didn't know. It looked like wasp nest. I said, is that wasp? And I couldn't see anything. And then I had to move everything out of it. There was like a bed. There was a lot of my junk in there, like extra boxes, and they were all in my boxes, hundreds, thousands. So they went in there and they had to strip it down to the studs. So he put some of the studs in. Well, I was off one day. I had to let him in because I was whatever. And he's like, man, I wish I had some help. And I said, well, I'll help you if you pay me. Just joking around. And he's like, and he was only here for like 3 hours. So I helped him for 3 hours. And he took like $250 off my rent for 3 hours. I said, all right, that's fine. And I took a break because he was here for 3 hours, but we only worked for maybe an hour and a half. We put up 3 or 4. Yeah, we put up 3 or 4 beams, and we put up 3 or 4 beams, and he had his machine because he's done it before. I couldn't touch the machine because you have to have a license or some shit he was saying, whatever. So, the saw thing. So he was sawing it and putting it up, and I said, okay. So I helped him put up 3 or 4 beams, this and that, and then I went to work, and then we did it a second day. And then after that, he goes, okay, well, I'm done. We got to get the people out. So the people came out. I took a picture before. And then people came out and they put the drywall up. And then they painted it last week. But when we had that big termite break, there's a part in the hole in the siding. And they got through the wall. Now, landlord said he fixed it. I went outside and I still see a hole. So I just covered the dam. I just took some silly like silly putty stuff and just puttied it up. Because I told him, I said, you do realize if we get more termites, but you only get them in May, June, and July. But he said they broke in the bathroom before and he had to spend a lot of money. They were coming in the cabinet. The bathroom's right next to my wall. So he fixed it. Now there's a big echo in there because there's nothing in there. It's completely empty. But lady painted it and stuff like that. So it's new because I told him, I said, well, I told him I wasn't buying the damn house. I said, you might as well put money into it now. And in 6 months when I move, I was going to move in October. Now I think I'm going to move in January. But he says he wants to retire. So he owns like 50 properties, but most of them are 1 bedroom. This is a 3 bedroom. This one and the other one. So he says he's like 65. He wants to retire. He already sold a couple of his properties. Yeah, he was begging me to buy his property like right now. I said, I don't have $175,000. And if I did, I wouldn't do it. I don't like the neighborhood. I like the house. I just don't like my neighborhood. So I declined. I said, no. I said, I'm probably moving. I'm probably moving first week of January. Just letting you know now, because I want to get a cheaper place anyway. The rent here is pretty high for my standards, but I had to pick a place because my former landlord sold my house and didn't really give me enough time to find a place because that was right in the peak of COVID, and everybody was either buying or selling. I mean, everybody was either like I would go look at a place to rent. Oh, somebody just bought it. And that happened 3 or 4 times. I'd call up, yeah, it's for rent. I'd show up 2 hours later. Oh, we just sold the place. Shit. So this place, nobody apparently wanted. It was sitting vacant for 3 months. So just, okay. I just was like, yeah, I'm here to look at the place. Oh, and the guy goes, oh, it's yours. Okay. I didn't even know how much he wanted, but when he said what the rent was, I damn near passed out. I'm like, no, it's not worth that much. But I only pay half of everything. But I didn't really have a choice. It was like those 2 days I had to move, so I was like, "Fuck, I gotta pay it." So,
well, next weekend, since I'm just going to go to Bossier as a day trip, I'm going to go drive up to Vivian, where my mom's from, and go visit. Well, she had a brother that died when I was 4, and both of her stepdad and mom were cremated, so we buried them on top of his grave. So I'm going to go up to the cemetery. What I might do is, in the past, like my cousin, she's gone up there. It's overgrown and all that. So what I may do is pack my weed eater in my truck because it's a battery power. And I may go up there and see how it looks and maybe knock some of the grass down and all that to make it look kind of nice. They really don't have a maintenance person that goes up there except maybe once every 3 weeks. They do maybe a little trim work here and there, but it's not really maintained. No, it's a little small town cemetery. So probably go up there and do that, then turn around and head back to home. But
yeah, my aunt forgot when you're up there.
My aunt completely forgot about the wedding. She found the invitation falling down between the refrigerator and the cabinet, and she didn't realize it did that. So they got to go to Texas for the wedding for that. So that means her daughter who lives down the street's going, and her son and his family's going to the wedding. So nobody up there in Texas I can go stay with. I'm definitely not going to stay with my mom's cousin Jeannie because she's a nutcase.
Every family's got one, I say.
Oh, look, man, that side of the family is a soap opera family. There's 3 sisters, okay? One passed away from cancer about 12 years ago. But Judy got married, had 4 kids with her husband. They ended up getting divorced. By that time, her youngest sister got married. She got divorced and turned around and marries the ex-husband of the oldest sister. So all of a sudden now the cousins become half brothers and half sisters.
You got a lot of them.
Call that the soap opera family. Now Jeannie, she's the middle one. Her husband was the mayor of Blanchard, Louisiana. That's where my cousin Clint lives at. His wife's a nurse, and she works at 2 different hospitals. She works at ER. She works at the Cherry Hospital. That's up in Vivian, little country hospital up there. She works up there 2 days a week, and then she goes and works 4 days a week. No, 3 days a week at the hospital in Shreveport. And then she'll go back up the hospital in Blanchard. That's they actually use that hospital to train nurses at that hospital. So it's sort of like a mini nursing school. So she goes and works with the ER the ones that want to be ER nurses. She goes and trains them, works with them once a week. So, but she's about ready to drop to those hospitals. I think she's going to just stay with the. I think she's going to teaching nursing in Blanchard at that hospital. It's a cool little hospital. But the little town where my mom's from, they actually named the wing after my grandmother because she was a nurse for a long time in that little small town. So they named the cancer wing after her, even though it's a state-run hospital.
Oh, they got some, yeah.
Man, I mean, by you got Lolly Kemp's out there by you where you live at. That's a state hospital. We used to do a lot of electrical and work over at that place. We actually completely rebuilt the whole electrical system, redesigned it for that hospital. Then the other hospital, you got the lake over there in Covington, done some work over there.
Lady of the Lake, yeah.
Yeah, does work at the campus in Walker. But right now, the big job is over here in Baton Rouge is they converting the Bone Joint Clinic into a huge cancer treatment center. All three. It's got a partial third floor over the center, but the first 2 floors are going to get completely renovated. So today I was drawing some medical gas piping for that. But dude, it's
Charging machine.
It is 1 o'clock just about, and 7 o'clock gets here pretty fast.
Well, I was waiting for you. You kept going. I'm not gonna stop
you. Know. Well, we don't get to talk that much.
I should just go, man, go to sleep.
Well, I've done that before. I've been in somebody's live stream. I've gone to sleep in the middle of a live stream before.
I've done that too. I used to snore on people's live streams, and they let my ass snore. I wake up and I go, "Oh, where am I? Oh, I'm snoring." But I would have my thing off like this. I wouldn't have my face on it, but you hear me go, and they would just keep talking like nothing. They would just keep going.
I'm trying to figure out how many cameras I could run at the same time on StreamYard. I'm trying to.
I've seen people do 4 already, but you have to open up each. I don't know if that's the limit. I've seen a couple do 2 or 3, but
like to do 2. I plan on doing probably starting in September, once a week, maybe on Tuesday nights only or Monday nights. I don't know yet. I'm gonna call it Collector's Corner and start off trying to get people to come in, talk about coin collecting, get other YouTubers that do it. I know Blue Ridge Silverhelm said he'd be more than happy to come on. So I'm trying to get some other people. Frostbite, I don't know if you know who that is. I know Frostbite Coins. He does the thing every Saturday and Sunday morning.
I don't think I do.
Now Blue Ridge, I know him through Litecoin Q&A and whatnot. Some other people from Litecoin Q&A said they'd be willing to come on. Probably some other YouTubers that post videos. Like there's one guy, Dirty Water Coins Collectibles. That dude, he finds all kinds of double dies on nickels. His big thing is the Harper's Ferry quarter. There's a ton of double dies on that damn building, and he finds them all the time. I've yet to find any double dies in those windows. I've been finding the die chips on the building. I found those. I just get people in talking about collecting, coin collecting, and all that. Maybe eventually start have people email pictures of the coins in, give them our opinion on it. It'd be something similar to Litecoin Q&A, which they were on tonight, which I forgot about.
I would be like, that coin's fake. You might want to send it to me. Yeah, it's still fake. Look at it. Yeah, it's a couple $1,000. Still fake.
There is a guy that's under Mike Tittle, I think his name. He is now employed with the Secret Service on fake coins coming in from China, where they even reproduce the labels from NGC, PCGS. They finally got an NX fake label, all that fake coins coming in. So they're trying to get that shut down. They don't know. Yeah. But shoot, I gotta go reactivate my anti-hacker on my computer. Somebody tried to hack me a couple weeks ago. So I turned my Dragon on, and his computer disappeared off the internet.
I swear, these people have nothing else better to do than go after other ones. I don't get it.
I shut down Beijing before Guy tried to hack me through Beijing. I shut down that router in a heartbeat. What this thing does, okay, even SSD drives, you have a boot area and a backup boot area. On hard drives, there's a boot sector and backup boot sector. Okay? This copies itself there and into the CMOS. These days, the CMOS battery is now, only to take it out, you have to unsolder it from the motherboard. So what it does is it copies itself in those three areas. Now, if you run an antivirus program, remove it from the hard drive itself, from the boot sector and backup boot sector, and it restores the hard drive. The program's in the CMOS. It looks for itself on those areas. If it don't find it, it copies itself back onto the hard drive and rescrambles the hard drive.
Pretty cool trick.
You cannot change a hard drive out without desoldering that battery. You literally have to physically go in there and unsolder the battery from the motherboard. And there's anywhere from 3 to 5 prongs. You have to be very, very careful. It will. Back then, when I had it, when I first got it from somebody, you have to hand code it in. You cannot copy it from one computer to another computer. It has to be hand code, but there's an on and off switch, which is actually I know what it is because it's a 128. No, I've got it. I booted from 128 characters to 264 characters as a passcode. Turn it on and off. Good luck trying to crack that code.
I know just enough about computers, but I don't know that level. I know how to turn a computer on and off, and that's about that.
Usually at nighttime I turn it back on. Now when I'm live on YouTube, I have to turn it off because it would get copied onto YouTube servers and it would totally screw up YouTube. And God forbid that federal government ever tries to hack my computer. It will screw up every federal computer in it that's connected to the internet. It will multiply itself in a heartbeat. And usually what it is, usually the way people try to hack you is through your printer ports. So it monitors the printer ports, basically is what it's looking for. And if they access to the printer port, it goes out. And it will fry a computer in less than 10 seconds.
I think when they did that with me, I think that's what they probably did. You know, I got hacked before on my laptop. I don't use that laptop anymore because it's broken. But I was in the middle of a live stream when it happened. It was around like 2:30, 1:30, 2:30 in the morning. About, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago.
I was playing MechWarrior one night, and the alert popped up on the other screen. Somebody's trying to hack me, and the Malwarebytes kind of stopped them. I turned the Dragon on, and it found the port, and that was in that computer. Because it came back computer terminated. It only takes 10 minutes to put the code in. It's an assembly language. You can do it from the C prompt on your in Windows, and it copies itself everywhere. So yeah,
it's like the oh shit! What's the one with the cat? The thing with the cat where the thing beep 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 beep. I can't remember the name of it right now, and it has the cat with the purple thing, and they turn it on and they see the cat, and they can never erase it off their hard drives. They have to I think delete everything, something like that.
No, like I said, this program you got your CMOS has about 4K memory. This thing takes up like maybe 500 bytes at best. It's a very simple program. And basically what it does when it gets on the hard drive, it scrambles all your files. It will take and patch files from one file to another file. It scrambles it, you lose all your data, you can't recover it. There's no way to recover the data. So basically you have to take out the CMOS, and you have to turn the computer on with the boot drive, the antivirus drive, and the CD-ROM or thumb drive. And the thumb drive is going to be locked, and it will scan, and Norton's will remove it. But if you leave the CMOS in there, no matter what you do with the hard drive, you're screwed. You're not going to be able to run that computer. Like I said, if the federal government ever decides to hack our machines, they hack this computer, it's going to shut down the federal government. I know it will, because they use a priority type. It's a class 1 internet system, and basically it goes through 3 servers. No, they got one in DC, they got one somewhere out in the Midwest, and one on the West Coast. And it goes straight to all 3 servers, and then branches out to every federal agency in the federal government. Now, I don't know if it'll go to the Pentagon, but anything like the FBI, anything like that, it'll shut them down. So, yeah, it's not nice. Well, let me get going. I'll talk to you later, maybe next week. Catch up with y'all again.
I appreciate you popping on, of course.
Yeah. And like I said, it's now 1 o'clock and I'm ready to go to bed. I got other stuff I got to do before I go to bed. So until
go to bed, hurry up before you stay on another 30.
Until next time, remember, always check both sides of the coins because you never know what you're going to find. Good night.
See you later, Ben.
See how I get out of this damn thing.
Hit the X. There you go. I could have kicked you out, but I don't want to do that. I figure you figure it out on your own. Okay, well, nobody's really in the stream anymore, and I didn't get that many comments, but that's okay. Went 5 hours and 44 minutes. So, okay, that's it. I'm done. Night.